Everybody, what's up, everybody? We're doing a tribute to Kyle Busch today. Let me get this set up. Let's go here. Let's go to. Let's go to. Let's go here. Yes, I will remember you. Will you remember?
Members of
Don't let your love pass by. Okay, let's see. Where's the YouTube? Right here. We're gonna go here. Right there to that. We're gonna open this up like that. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna open that up. Yeah, that one right there. That one on top. Turn this on and turn this fucking on. Do it just like that. I will remember you. Will you remember? Don't let your
Kyle Busch's
love
family entering Charlotte Motor Speedway from left to right on your screen. His father, Tom.
His mother, Gay. Older brother and NASCAR Hall of Famer Kurt Busch. And his girlfriend, Lyda. On hand for business days tonight, Carl.
I can't explain why this is so special to me. Tom and
in
Gay
a
have
long
given
day.
so much to this sport. It's so special that they came. I know this doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but I could feel it earlier. We talked about it. I thought, I don't know how they're going to sit at home. For them to be here is such a show of strength. Braxton Lennox, when you watch this 20 years from now, just remember who the Bushes are. The Busch family is fearless and brave. This is amazing.
I mean, Carl, I see the tears in your eyes. I get the lump in my throat myself just by watching that image there. But look at the people standing behind them. I mean, we have the Bushes back. This is the community in which we love. We have a mutual respect for all of our competitors, and we lost a tremendous one.
Anybody out there who feels alone, you ever feel alone, you're ever suffering, don't ever be alone. It's not where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be with your community, with your friends, with your family. I'm so thankful the Busch family is out here tonight. This is beautiful.
This is a story
I will
live here as we see now Kyle's
remember.
wife, Samantha, for the first time publicly since her husband's tragic passing on Thursday. Beside her, her son Braxton, who just turned 11 years old a few weeks ago. Now let's turn it over to the public address announcer, Brian Hammond.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NASCAR CEO, Steve O'Donnell.
Yo, to Mr.
To
Cowboy.
speak at a moment like this, and I think we can all agree that this was Kyle Busch's home. Every racetrack was Kyle Busch's home. He competed like he had something to prove every single race, when in reality, he'd already proven everything. What I think we'll miss most isn't the wins. It's the guy who quietly wanted to help a teammate or give some advice. It was the husband, the father, or the guy who quietly did things for others when no one was watching. And to the Busch family, Tom, Gay, Kurt, all the folks at RCR and JGR, we are certainly thinking about you. Samantha, I want you to know that this sport stands with you, and that you and your children are NASCAR family forever. And Braxton and Lennox, your dad loved you with all his heart. Everyone gathered here, everyone behind you, everybody watching on TV, and all those people in that grandstand are your family, and we've got them. Kyle Busch is NASCAR. He was one of a kind, and there will never be another. And I'd ask everybody now to join us in a moment of silence for Kyle.
As we execute pace laps tonight in anticipation of the green flag, we form the missing man formation to honor Kyle Busch.
Yeah, that was a bad foul. It sucks that anybody has to die.
So much emotion here for so many reasons. Kyle Busch, everything we do to recognize the men and women that we've lost fighting for our country. And the execution has been outstanding.
Kyle Busch is going to win his second Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series championship.
In 2001, Kurt Busch said, "You think I'm a pretty good NASCAR driver? Wait until you see my brother."
Here's to my old friends.
He was right. Kyle was born into racing. He drove go-karts before he knew his pedals. His dad working the gas as Kyle sped around a homemade course. By 10 years old, he was the crew chief for Kurt's team. And at 13, his own racing career began. 65 wins and 2 titles in Legends cars at the Las Vegas Bull Ring.
We got it done, and we got it done fast.
Then late models. And his truck debut at 16, where he finished 9th for Roush Racing. About the only thing that could stop him was a rule change that raised the minimum age in trucks to 18. And then, 23 years ago this weekend, he made his O'Reilly Auto Parts Series debut at Charlotte, finishing 2nd.
So here's to the old times.
It wasn't long before he went from Kurt's little brother Shrub to Rowdy, and man, did it fit. A generational talent with swagger for days, and that signature bow that his fans loved and his critics hated. Skilled, fierce, and competitive as hell. There was some hard racing and some hard feelings.
There goes his car.
But beneath it all, he had a simple approach. You win in order to go race again next weekend.
Time will roll away.
And boy, did he win.
And leave our
More than anyone else, ever. 63 Cup Series victories, 102 O'Reilly Auto Parts Series wins, 69 Craftsman Truck Series wins, and a record 19 straight Cup seasons visiting Victory Lane. 4 crown jewels, including the 2018 Coca-Cola 600, and of course, 2 Cup Series titles. Along the way, as he evolved, the boos gave way to cheers, and rivalries, they became friendships. Some time ago, Kyle was asked how he wanted to be thought of when he retired. His answer, the first thing they'll remember me by are my on-track success. And then he added, the second thing would be how I grew up in the limelight. I started this when I was 18 years old, and now I'm 26, and when I retire, I'll be 40. And they'll see the whole transition of my life and how I made it through. And it was all under the skeptic's eye. Certainly, I know I wasn't the best coming in, and I'm not now, but we'll see how it turns out.
Everybody but Jeremy Flores in the trunk, guys.
It turned out.
Especially the guy talking smack. Where you at?
I'm in the field, dude. I don't ever want to. That's kind of work on me, bro.
I will always remember him as the guy who hated blues more than anyone.
I've
He
been
won more
riding
races
trucks a
across
lot
the
more
top
than
3
I should be,
NASCAR
honestly.
series than any driver in history, with win number 234 coming in the Truck Series just last weekend at Dover.
Why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
Because you never know when the last one is.
The days we had together.
NASCAR on Prime welcomes you to Charlotte Motor Speedway. As we prepare for tomorrow's Coca-Cola 600, we do so with heavy hearts. On Thursday, we lost one of the greatest all time. After a sudden illness, Kyle Busch passed away. A 2-time champion that recorded 63 wins at NASCAR's top level. Kyle was a father, husband, brother, son, and friend. It's been an emotional weekend for us all. We will honor Kyle's legacy today and throughout our coverage of tomorrow's Coke 600. Welcome into the broadcast booth, everybody, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Letarte. I'm Adam Alexander.
I mean, even if you do good, it don't even really help you for all the times you get
Dale.
killed, you know? It's a
just,
losing thing for your
It's hard
rating.
to believe. It's hard to, you
But
see
damn, is it fun.
the picture of him. It's been up on the back straightaway all
I just did it,
weekend,
guys. It was
and
easy.
it's just your
For
mind
the
just
most
can't
part.
comprehend that this is really what is going on. So, it's just been very somber, very sad watching, the garage sort of, process this, the industry, the fans. It's also been incredible to see the scope
in these
of his
cars,
reach and
mile
the
and a
people
half
that he
track is kind of
had an
the sweet
effect on, the
spot.
drivers
Like move up.
that have talked about him. Those are some incredible things to hear, that he did so much good for so many people and affected so many people's lives, Steve.
Yeah, as we prepared to come on air, I was trying to figure out what are the right words, and I don't think there are any right words. I think for everyone
Moves,
affected,
inputs, man.
it's
I
different
mean,
for
being
them.
on
But
third,
at this point, I think it's all about how can we remind everybody how great Kyle Busch was, both in and out of a race car. In the race car, he was feared as a competitor that could win each and out of every week at any racetrack across the country. And out of the race car, it is a challenge to find someone in this garage that he didn't touch, help, improve, push to be better, or even gave their opportunity. His legacy will be felt for decades and decades. And here today, it is, Dale, it's a very odd feeling to be at the racetrack without Kyle Busch. He has embodied NASCAR for the last 2 or 3 decades. This sport was him, and he was NASCAR in this sport.
Kyle Busch was one of one. It's hard to imagine that he's gone. Our condolences to his family, and you look at the numbers that he produced, and we mentioned some of these, couple of Cup Series championships coming in 2015 and 19, ninth on the all-time wins list with those 63 victories. He's the all-time wins leader when it comes to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, going to victory lane more than 100 times, and his last truck victory came just over a week ago at Dover. 69 victories in the Craftsman Truck Series. That, too, is the best among all competitors in NASCAR. And now we look back at the career of Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch was a generational talent who rose to become a two-time NASCAR Series champion and one of the sport's greatest and fiercest drivers. Across 22 full-time seasons in NASCAR's top division, Busch won the 2015 and 2019 Cup Series titles in 63 races, ninth on the all-time series wins list.
Kyle Busch has been legendary today.
His numbers across the other two national NASCAR series were record-setting, with 102 victories in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and 69 wins in the Craftsman Truck Series. Busch was a proudly polarizing figure among fans, intensely popular with his adoring supporters, and booed loudly by his detractors.
If you don't like that kind of racing, don't even watch.
He entered the sport as a brash teenager with the nickname Shrub, as the younger brother to Hall of Famer Kurt Busch. But the moniker Rowdy, a nod to one of the main characters in Days of Thunder, and to his aggressive style, is what stuck with him. A Las Vegas native, Kyle Busch followed many of the same steps that his brother did in accelerating up the racing ladder. Family go-karts on makeshift tracks in cul-de-sacs and parking lots. Then Legends cars at the Vegas Bull Ring, before a move to full-bodied late model competition.
For us young drivers, we're thrown into the biggest series in all of racing. Sooner or later, you're going to have to get thrown in, so why not be sooner than later?
Busch drove for 3 Hall of Fame team owners, getting his Cup Series start with Hendrick Motorsports as a heralded rookie in 2005. He joined Joe Gibbs Racing in 2008, establishing a long-running partnership that made him the face of Toyota's NASCAR endeavors. He spent the final stages of his career with Richard Childress, arriving in 2023 and taking the reins of the number 8 Chevrolet. Behind the wheel, Busch was an electric, daring performer with a fiery personality that thrilled fans and crushed competitors. His trademark winning celebration, a showman's bow, served as tribute to his roots as a Las Vegas native, but also a flourish, like a magician appearing from the smoke of another triumphant burnout.
Yeah, baby, that's the way I do it.
Busch's sharp wit and competitive spirit sparked a deep emotional connection with race fans of every age, creating the proud and loyal Rowdy Nation.
You love you some Rowdy, let me hear you go, boom!
Busch's death from a severe illness was sudden, coming just 6 days after what turned out to be his final victory, a Truck Series race at Dover.
Take whatever you can get, man. You never know when the last one's going to be, so cherish them all, trust me.
He is survived by his parents and his wife, Samantha, and 2 children, 11-year-old son Brexton and 4-year-old daughter Lennox. In recent years, Busch's great mission was guiding Brexton's blossoming racing career, coaching his son in the family business at racetracks across America. Kyle Busch was unmatched in the record books and unrivaled on the track, one of the best to ever drive a stock car. He was 41 years old.
Kyle Busch, brash, bold, and incredible talent, Dale.
Yeah, he was one of one. You said it. There'll be nobody that comes along that'll be able to match his tenacity and how hard he worked and how badly he wanted to win every single race he was in.
And authentic through all of it. on the racetrack, off the racetrack. He did it his own way, and I think that's what we're going to all remember him by, is that not only was his talent, but he was always so true to himself in whatever endeavor he was challenged with.
Welcome to Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, presented by NASCAR on Fox. I'm Kevin Harvick in Indianapolis, and Caitlin Vincey and Mama Smith are in the studio this week. How are you guys?
Well, we're doing good. We missed you, of course, Kevin. And
we is a relative term, but yes,
he does too. Guys, it's a somber Monday here, because on Happy Hour we do want to reflect on the life and legacy of Kyle Busch, one of the greatest wheelmen in the history of motorsports, gone too soon. The community found out last week that we had lost him to a severe case of pneumonia. So it has been a really, really tough week for a lot of us in the sports community as a whole. So, Kevin, we saw over the weekend Samantha, Brexton, Lennox, Kyle's parents, his brother Kurt, Samantha's family came to the racetrack out at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 600. So many beautiful tributes for Kyle throughout the course of the last several days. I imagine it had to have been a healing moment for the family to be there at the racetrack with the supportive community of the motorsports family.
Well, it's a tough situation as to what the right or wrong thing is to do, and I think in that instance you obviously want to lean on the family to do what they want to do. And you know, I think seeing Brexton and Lennox and Samantha and Kyle's parents and his brother Kurt at the racetrack, and you know, I think everybody there wants to help them, whether it's wives, husbands, kids, team owners. Everybody wants to help their family get through this as good as they can. There's no easy way to get through it, and I think that when you look back and you see that support standing behind you as they gathered around Kyle's number with Steve O'Donnell addressing, you know, the fans and the family, and seeing Richard Childress stand there, you know, it's not easy. It is not an easy situation to have to go through. I've unfortunately been through this, you know, a couple times now, and you look back at everything that happened with Dale and you know, everything that RCR had to deal with and their family, and you know, just eerily different but similar in the way that we have to deal with it. And you know, I think that if you look at Kyle and what he would want is probably very similar to what Dale would have wanted. He would have wanted those cars on the racetrack, and you know, the healing to come from the race cars on the track, and the fans and families and people and teams being able to work their way back to normal, but it's going to take a while.
It certainly is. It was a beautiful display and tribute to Kyle Busch. Mamba, I know you were out at the racetrack, and just what did you kind of observe from your time at Charlotte over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it was really somber, right? It was very, there was a lot of Kyle Busch merchandise that was out, and that was really cool to see. And it was really cool to see, and then also at the same time, every time you saw someone wearing something different, it was like, it just like was a gut punch, you know, over and over, and it's gonna be like that for a while. And I think about watching Brexton console his 11-year-old boy. I feel like became a man in a moment, and now he's consoling his mom, and like he's the man of the house, and I think that's just incredible. That's incredibly difficult, and I you know, for them to even show up, I was shocked, just because I don't know how I would be in that situation, if I would want to be at the racetrack, but that is where the family's at. That is where our family is. That's our home. That's where we all do stuff together. So, you know, obviously we think about them, and then there's a generation of millennials, Kevin, like myself, that we remember Dale and what happened, but we were all very young too. And so to see this kind of happen again in a similar manner is very eerie to me. And I want to ask you about RC, Richard Childress. Like, I can't imagine what they're feeling like either, feeling like they're going through the same thing again with another titan of the sport.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's, you know, Richard was really close to Dale, obviously with the things that we've seen and know and hear, and watch, from their relationship. And, I think when you see how hard that hit, not only Richard, but everybody at RCR, because it was such a backbone of what they did. And, I think that when you see that 8 painted in the infield, and they talk about Kyle helping design the number and Richard hiring Kyle and then winning a few races together to start the season. Richard and Kyle are very similar. Like they're both really, really competitive people that just want to win and want to succeed. But I think for Richard, it's just, he's got to feel like, man, this is happening to us all over again, trying to get our company back on track and do the things that it takes. And now we have to go and do this all over again. And but Richard's a man. You see him standing next to Samantha and Braxton, supporting them, and as bad as he hurts, he'll put them first. And that's, what Richard Childress is. He's the guy that's going to make sure that everybody else is taken care of before he is. And sometimes, that is not the right thing to do, but that's the way he's going to do it. And there's not a better person out there than Richard Childress, and unfortunately he's having to deal with this all again.
Sunday was definitely a very moving display of strength from the family, from the teams, from everyone involved in the situation. So as I mentioned, today we want to honor Kyle's legacy, the competitor that he was. We all know what a fierce competitor that he was. And Kevin, you and him had a friendly and sometimes not so friendly rivalry over the years. You raced each other 933 times in the top series. So what did you enjoy about racing against Kyle Busch, and how did you guys kind of make each other better?
Yeah, it was definitely it was an up and down relationship. I think for me the thing that I enjoyed the most was beating Kyle, and the thing that I know that he enjoyed the most was beating me, and it was a cat and mouse game for a long time because there were truck teams and businesses and things involved. That it was more than just the driving part. And I think when you look back, that rivalry really fired off back in 2005 at Dover in a Busch Series race when Kyle was just getting started. But the thing about Kyle is Kyle was so good and so fast, you could never let him think that he had the upper hand from a mental standpoint. And it was a war. Literally a war as we went through the years, and that carried over to Hornaday or whoever was driving Kyle's trucks, and that carried to Joe Gibbs Racing and RCR and on to Stewart Haas Racing, and so I think but that intensity is what drives you. And when you have somebody that is that good and just as intense as you and not going to back down, you have to fight that fight. And that's what we did for a long, long time. And probably the best thing that happened in my career was I had a competitor that wouldn't back down like Kyle did, and it made us better. Made me a better driver, made me a better owner, teammate, all the things that comes with it from that competition. It made you better in every level. But there wasn't anything more intense than that rivalry. That wasn't fake. There was nothing fake about it. Now you might have tried to exaggerate it and make it into something bigger than what it was, but in time that got better. And I think that as I grew up, Kyle was much younger than me, but even as I grew up as an adult and was able to I had Keelan and was able to become a parent and see things a little bit differently. You became very guarded as to, okay, I need to be nicer to this guy, but I also don't want him to be. And I don't want him to think that I'm being too nice to him. But that changed with time, and we had great conversations about our kids and race teams and all the different things that we had in common as far as things that we did in the racing world. So, and in the end, all we talked about was Keelan and Braxton and what we were going to do and how they were going to go forward, what he was doing, what I was doing. And so Kyle always had a lot of questions, and we had good conversations, and even when we were at war, he would refer to me as Dick, and I would refer to him as Dick. And that was how we engaged with each other, because it was just like one of those things like, hey, we're not really going to talk about what happened last week. If I have to, I'm going to knock you out of the way, and if you have to, you're going to knock me out of the way. So we'll just talk about something else. And so we never even really engaged in the competitive subjects of things that happened.
Listening to a lot of the drivers speaking throughout the course of the week, and a lot of people saying that Kyle just kind of challenged them to be better. And I will say, from my own perspective on the media side, when I would see his name on my list as one of my assignments for the weekend, you just knew, okay, you better be on your A game. You better be buttoned up. Do not ask a single quote unquote softball or stupid question. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I felt like over the years, I did a lot of big interviews with him after he won his championship in 2019. I did a lot of things with Samantha and Kyle together in their home. You know, I saw a lot of different sides, but I always felt like I was in the presence of greatness when I went to interview him. And so I wanted to really rise to the occasion in those moments when I was interviewing him. Because similar to Kevin, there's certain people that just make you elevate your game. You know, I think Kevin and Kyle are very similar in that sense. And so that was just sort of his aura that he had for me as a media professional of really, not that I don't do that with every driver interview, but when it came to Kyle, like I just had this sense of I didn't want to let him down.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, he and Kyle is he's so funny.
He is pretty funny. People don't realize that.
He's intense, but he's super smart. And so, like, that just made you have to be
on your
smarter
toes.
and on your toes, too, you know? And I think, Kevin, one of the things that really resonated with me over the past couple of days is when KBM was going on and when Kevin Harvick Incorporated was going on, like, at first, KHI was the place as a young driver you wanted to go race for. You wanted to race for Kevin Harvick and Delana Harvick because they had great equipment and they were winning a winning environment. And then KBM came along. And then they started doing the same thing. So now, as a young racer, you had two teams that you looked at, but you were picking one because one was Team Chevy and one was a Toyota team, and one was Kevin Harvick and one was Kyle Busch. You couldn't decide. You couldn't be on both teams, right? That was not something that was going to happen. And watching you guys, like, you build your empires from the ownership side and it carry over to the driver, but really from the ownership side. You mentioned on a tweet that Kyle called you about building the team. We've never talked about that before. I would love to hear kind of a little bit about what that conversation was like. And was that pre-Kyle wrecking you at Dover or after? You know what I mean? Because that might have changed how you directed him. Just, want to make sure we know the timeline.
Yeah. Well, 2005 in Dover, Kyle was barely old enough to think. He wasn't ready to spend all his money yet on a race team. And I think, so, Kyle was driving for Richie Waters, and I believe that's who the group was that he drove.
Billy Blue.
Billy Blue, before he owned his own trucks. And it finally had gotten to a point where it just wasn't at the expectations that Kyle wanted it to be week in and week out. And he was obviously going to do the Toyota route. We had the Chevrolet route, and Toyota had come in to fund the teams to go out and race on the racetrack on a week-to-week basis with development program, KBM, Kyle, all those things. So he called me and said, hey, can you tell me how you run your team? And so I brought him to my shop one day, and I'm like, and this is right in the middle of the heavy war. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bridge the guy a gap right here. I'm going to let him come to my race shop, and I'm going to give him everything that I have, and because that's how I approached it on my cars too. Like, if they want your setup, you just give them the whole setup because they won't believe you anyway. So I walked him through the whole shop and showed him everything, gave him all of our budgets, gave him everything, and he went back and started KBM, and then turned around and tried to. And hired some of my people. He must have been interviewing them while he was going through the shop that day. But I think it's you're exactly right. And I think that at that time you had to pick a path. You were either going KBM and Toyota, or you were going KHI and Chevrolet. There was no Yeah, we'll do some here, we'll do some there. You were on one side or the other, and that's how it was in the grandstands too. You didn't sit on my side and root for Kyle Busch, and you didn't sit on Kyle Busch's side and root for Kevin Harvick. That's just not how it worked. And but that is what made it great, and that's what makes NASCAR racing great, and that's what makes sports great when you have two sides. And we sat on those two sides and competed, but off the racetrack, we had fun, and we had a good time, and we had good conversations, and it took a long time to get to the point of actually being somewhat cordial, or the fact that you would even talk, but it definitely got to that point by the end.
You referenced a few of the battles you guys had. Are there any more very memorable on-track moments over the years between you and Kyle that come to mind, Kevin?
I think that New Hampshire was fun for me in 2000. I believe it was 2018, where we raced and raced and raced, and I moved him out of the way at the end and won the race. We had a great race at Bristol. I don't remember what year it was. It might have been 20. But we raced the whole last run as hard as we could go to get ourselves in victory lane, and raced side by. If I really went back and figured it out, there were a lot of times that we raced against each other. Some of the more memorable moments, I used to love when Hornaday would beat Kyle, because it would drive him absolutely mad. Because he didn't like getting beat by me, but it drove him absolutely insane when Hornaday would beat him on the racetrack. And it actually drove him so crazy that he wrecked Hornaday that year at Texas. But that's how it was, right? When Kyle would start to get the upper hand and get comfortable, I'd get back in the truck and start racing, or we'd put more emphasis on what we needed to do to try to catch up to the KBM trucks and Kyle and put our trucks to be better. And then Hornaday would start beating him, and then Kyle would develop something new, and then they'd start beating us. And so it was always this back and forth with the truck stuff that really bled over into the Busch Series races and O'Reilly races on Saturday, and all the way into the Cup Series on Sunday. So a lot of hard battles and a few exceptional ones.
Mm-hmm. Great battles for the fans to see over the years. I've been watching, obviously, the posts you've been putting on Twitter, Kevin, some of the reflections on Kyle Busch. One was a Busch trip in Las Vegas. Well, you guys were all there. What happened in Las Vegas? Can you just explain the backstory to this?
Well, I can explain to this. Kyle was a lightweight. Let's just put it like that.
He liked to have fun though, but he was a lightweight.
Kyle loved to have fun, and he's a very lighthearted, enjoyable person. And after 2 beers, Kyle's really having fun. And he had more than 2 that night. And the next day he had a rough time. And it was media day the next day when we were in Vegas that year for I think it was for the championship or playoffs. I don't remember what. I think it was for the championship. But anyway, he had to do media, and he was right behind me in the rotation. So every room that I went to, Kyle had to come into the room next. And eventually we got him a pillow, and he would just lay on the floor until I was done. And at one point was under the table. But he was definitely a lightweight, and he was always the entertainment of the party when that happened.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but Daniel Suarez, after he won, had told a story about Kyle being family, right? And Kyle extending an olive branch that helped Daniel get to the Cup Series, because Daniel was in a weird spot. He was kind of outside looking in, being a young guy and not being able to get it done, and then he drove for KBM, and it kind of refired it. Well, he told a story about when Kyle got in some trouble in Cancun.
Yes, we know this notorious
If you don't
story.
know the story, you can go look it up. But he got in some trouble in Cancun. Well, who would you call if you were in Cancun in trouble?
Someone who
who might be from that area. Daniel Suarez got the phone call from Samantha and had to get his buddy out. And you just think about that, I think Kyle Busch is going to be hands down one of the most misunderstood athletes, drivers, whatever you may be, of all time, because there was a guy that the fans saw with the helmet on
that leaned into the villain.
Was Rowdy from Days of Thunder. That was the guy. He was that. But with the helmet off, he was a family guy. He was a friend. He was, like we were all just talking about, how much fun he was. And I think this time, Kev, I think it's really important for everybody to get those memories and to understand that it wasn't just competition. It was friends and family at the same time, too.
Yeah, I think that I was just laying there on the couch the other night, and I'm like, I saw a fan question about Kyle, and I'm like, you know what? I think it would be healthy for these people to hear some of these stories and have some of these things out there, because Will Buxton and I were doing our speed broadcast here in Indy earlier, and you know, we were talking about Scott Dixon getting into the Hall of Fame while he's still driving, which I still don't agree with. But I think it's very interesting for him to talk about why, and that is because you get to know them and you get to hear these stories and you get to hear who that person is, not who that competitor is. And I'm with you guys. I knew the competitor really well, and for a long time didn't really want to get to know the person. But as time grew, you got to know the person and you got more comfortable with that person to understand who they were and what they did and actually enjoy it. And then you started to get a lot more in common as we got older. And I think it's like you said, being able to hear these stories outside of the race car where all the guy wanted to do was win and didn't care. As Joe Gibbs said, he was a locomotive coming down the hill, and if you were in the way, he was going to run you over. And if you weren't on the train, he didn't care. So it was, and that's how you have to be. And there isn't anybody else that I raced against aside from, maybe Tony Stewart, but Tony was always the guy you could talk to off the racetrack and figure it out. Kyle was just somebody that, he didn't want to figure it out. We'd keep wrecking, or we'd go race hard, or he'd just beat you, or whatever the case was. And he's just one of those guys that always pushed it because he was willing to do whatever it took to win, and that was what made it fun to race against him.
We were all very fortunate to watch Kyle Busch showcase his talents. He will forever be known as one of the greatest race car drivers in the history of sports. Kyle Busch, gone too soon, but his legacy will certainly live on. He will be greatly missed.
Thunder with no cloud in the sky. Charlotte went quiet and nobody knew why. The garage lights flickered, the grandstand stood still, like the whole world coasted down off that hill. From Vegas dust to the victory lane glow, he drove like the devil had taught him to go. Sharp on the wheel, fire in his name. Some folks loved him, some cursed him the same. But every Sunday when that green flag flew, he knew damn well what Rowdy would do. So throw that checkered flag high in the light for the candy man running wide open tonight. 18 in color, hate rolling on a peanut M&M memory, but the legend lives on. Wild thing Rowdy, nobody drove tame. He left black marks all over the game, and somewhere past turn 4 where the angels all stand, he's wide open again with the wheel in his hand. Cup cars too. If it had 4 tires, he'd find a way through. 200 plus wins and 1,000 debates, but greatness don't care if you love it or hate. So throw that checkered flag high in the light for the Candyman running wide open tonight. 18 in color, a rolling on a peanut M&M memory, but the legend lives on. Wild thing, Rowdy, nobody drove tame. He left black marks all over the game, and somewhere past turn 4 where the angels all stand, he's wide open again with the wheel in his There's a wife with a silence no trophy can fill. 2 babies with stories that'll carry him still. A brother, a nation, a garage full of ghosts, and fans raising cans from the coast to the coast. He was never built quiet, never made to back down. He made thunder look easy in every short track town. So throw that checkered flag high in the light for the Candyman running wide open tonight. 18 in color, a rolling on a peanut M&M memory, but the legend lives on. Wild thing, Rowdy, nobody drove tame. He left black marks all over the game, and somewhere past turn 4, past the smoke in the sand, he's wide open again with the wheel in his hand. Yeah, somewhere past turn 4, where the good ones don't slow, Rowdy found clean air and took it on home.
I got that thing hung out. And those points will hurt Matt trying to make the chase. He's going to lose another spot to Tony Stewart.
Nerves are already through the roof.
Through turns 3 and 4. Tomorrow the headlines will say Busch won at California.
Here it is.
But it'll be Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch wins at California.
Yeah, get it, get it, get it. Yes, NASCAR Cup winner by 4 days, Kyle Busch, baby. Yeah.
At being so close to winning and not being able to just find a way to victory lane, he's here now. It's Rick Hendrick, the team owner. Kyle, we talked earlier this weekend about the frustration at not quite being able to get that first win. You've gotten it now. What are your thoughts?
It's unbelievable. You know, for how much joy we're able to share here for a first Nextel Cup win, I still want to be able to dedicate it to all those folks down in Louisiana and Mississippi. I mean, it's a terrible devastation that they've had to go through. And hey, Mr. H, hey.
Calling for Rick Hendrick.
We're going to donate your share and my share of these winnings to the Red Cross for the foundation down there.
Absolutely.
There you go. So I saw Carl Edwards do that last night. I thought that was a first-class act, and we want to do the same. That's awesome. So I can't say enough about the chassis shop, body shop, everybody from sweeping floors all the way up to Mr. H. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Everybody takes so much effort to get here, and we finally got here.
Come on, folks, kick my hand.
Foreign nameplates going to victory lane. Wild Thing wins.
Yes,
Kyle
sir.
Busch wins the Cobalt Tools 500.
Brad Keselowski on the inside, race leader. Kyle Busch on the outside, championship 4 leader. Into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Busch out front. Brad Keselowski running second. Kevin Harvick is third. To the bottom of the racetrack they go.
It's by 20.
Down the backstretch. His closest competitor, just a dot in the rearview mirror. Through 3 and 4. No one has battled through as much pain and had as much perseverance as 30-year-old Kyle Busch. Tonight he earns his first Cup title. Kyle Busch, the 2015 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.
Oh my God! Look at you,
Coming around to lead his 377th lap of the race. To take home his 47th career win. The Candyman comes. Kyle Busch gets it done at Charlotte. He has now won everywhere.
Yes, you guys are amazing. Awesome job. I can't thank y'all enough. Ever since I was a kid, I dreamt of this, man. Yes.
Kyle, first you had to go toe-to-toe with Kevin Harvick, and then it was Kyle Larson, and the way that thing played out, is that what this sport is all about?
Yeah, it is. I mean, tried to pull a slide job and didn't quite get it all the way. I don't know if he wasn't close enough to get it all the way. But when he got into us there, got me into the wall and just killed my right side, and it was on after that. You know, it's just a race on who can get back to the checker flag first. And fortunately, we had just enough in this Skittles America Mix Camry to get back to victory lane. This Toyota Camry was horrible today. My fans, they're pretty passionate, they're pretty powerful for what we got going on with Rowdy Nation. The rest of them, I don't know what they're booing about. That was a hell of a race, so you got problems if you don't like that.
And Kyle Busch, you see him, even as wide as the camera shot got there, nobody around him. What a performance he has put on this evening. 119 laps have been led. Kyle Busch, he's the winningest driver of the decade, and now he is joining elite company. Kyle Busch is going to win his second Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series championship.
Awesome, Lord. Awesome year. Thank you, boys. Oh, two-timer out there. Proud of you, buddy. Way to stick with it. Great job, guys.
Kyle Busch, it's been 21 races since he's been able to take a bow, but that's the trademark for the driver of the 18. He'll salute the crowd, bow to them.
I may be the one that's able to hoist a trophy or to have a championship, but it wouldn't be possible without Adam Stevens and Coach Joe Gibbs, JD Gibbs, Coy Gibbs, the whole family, M&M's, of course, Interstate Batteries and Norm Miller, and Toyota. This TRD engine was awesome tonight. It's been awesome all year. We had one issue, but man, it's so much fun to work with these guys and this group and everybody that puts it all together for me. So, you know, there's always your doubters, there's always your haters, but you know what? This one's for Rowdy Nation, because you guys are the best. So, thank you so much.
Brexton and Samantha are here waiting to come in. Let them have the family moment here.
Yes, I am. On the stage, Okay, cool, man.
And Kyle, it is about family. What about winning this one for the Joe Gibbs Racing family and for Joe Gibbs after all he's been through, especially with the passing of JD in January?
Yeah, it's I know it's been a difficult time on JD or Melissa and Joe, and to be able to reward them with a championship, this is I don't know how much it means to them, but it's the best I can do, you know. And I know JD was looking down on us all year long. I mean, damn, what a season Joe Gibbs Racing put together. And for as awesome as our group is and everybody back at the shop and how awesome they are of building some really, really special race cars, we put it on them this time.
Great jump by Kyle Busch.
And he goes dead to the bottom.
Big jump by Denny Hamlin, too. He's going to get Kyle Larson. That was a good move. Good call.
Hamlin's in position to steal this one. 3 wide into turn 3. How's that going to work out?
Oh.
Truex had to lift.
Well, Blaney pinched him off pretty hard on the entrance, holding him down tight on the exit, too.
Coming to the white flag. Next flag will end the race. Kyle Busch well out front. The fight's for second.
Logano looking to the inside of Larson.
And last year's winner is going to get there.
Samantha, it's official, so all he's got to do is bring it around here. Battle right there for third.
Logano inside Larson, but off turn 4. Kyle Busch will get his 63rd career victory in the NASCAR Cup Series.
How about little Brexton in there?
How about that home game for the crew chief?
That Randall Burnett's a good man. Smart. I like hanging out with him at Millbridge. This is a good team. Lethal combination between him and that driver behind the wheel, Kyle Busch.
It took 5 restarts over the last 40-plus laps here for Kyle Busch to prevail. 9th on the all-time win list. He won at Talladega in April, so this is his 3rd victory this season, tied for the most with William Byron. And it's the 11th season in his Cup career he's had at least 3 victories. For Richard Childress Racing, career win number 116.
It's fun to see RCR back. Fun to see RC in victory lane. Nobody celebrates a win better than Richard Childress. This group's a lot of fun. Had a lot of good years over there. Neat to see them back on top with such a good driver behind the wheel.
This is the 25th different Cup Series track that Kyle Busch has driven into victory lane. That puts him 10th on that all-time list. And it's the 9th time that he's won from the pole.
When you talk about how to burn out.
When you talk about winning and statistics, there's a lot that are associated with Kyle Busch.
Might even get a bow here, boys.
And a popular win for this Midwestern crowd. There's the family.
Here comes that bow, I bet, Clint.
Pole sitter, fastest car, just won the race, boys. Good job, Kyle Busch.
Hi folks, Lee Diffie from NBC Sports here. If you enjoyed what you just watched, well, you can get a whole lot more. Yes, it's time to bring the action and subscribe to the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel. You get all the news, highlights, reviews, the whole lot. So go for it.
Kyle Busch, who won more races across the sport's 3 national series than any other driver, was just 41 years old. Ryan McGee has more.
There is one compliment that every motorsports competitor dreams of earning. That one word that every speed demon desires to hear others use when describing them. Racer. Kyle Busch was a racer. If you had 5 laps to go, with a checkered flag and a trophy to win, you know who you'd want driving your race car? Kyle Busch. If you wanted a peek at what NASCAR was like in the days of Earnhardt and Pearson, you watched Kyle Busch. And if you needed a roadmap to self-improvement, how to go from being a human atomic bomb to being a downright sweet husband, father, and advocate, that was Kyle Busch too. He broke into NASCAR's national level at the age of 16. On May 2nd of this year, he turned 41. In between, he became the winningest driver in NASCAR history. 63 Cup Series wins. That ranks 9th all time. 102 O'Reilly Auto Parts Series wins, 1st all time. And just 1 week ago, he earned his 69th Truck Series victory. That's 234 wins across NASCAR's top 3 national series. Yet he was so dogged by so many what ifs. What if he had stayed at Hendrick Motorsports? What if he hadn't broken his legs at the start of the 2015 season? What if he had tempered his tantrums early in his career? Busch asked those questions too, but he was also quick to remind us that those decisions are what got him to where he was, a 2-time Cup Series champion and future first ballot Hall of Famer. He once said to me, "I wouldn't be here now if I hadn't been in all those places first, so I need to make sure I appreciate what I had." Now we're left asking, what if he hadn't been taken from us so soon? We will never be able to answer that question, but like the man himself taught us, we need to make sure we appreciate what we had.
Kyle Busch. Simply put, the guy was a racer. The stats alone prove that. 234 wins across NASCAR's top 3 national series, and a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. In the short track world, he was out of this world. It's like he checked them all off, and not just participation, winning. The Oxford 250, the Redbud 400, Slinger Nationals, Winchester 400, and of course, the Snowball Derby at Pensacola's Five Flags Speedway. And on dirt, let's not forget, he even won the Prelude to the Dream at Eldora. As short trackers, we all followed when he got his big break into NASCAR. He came in like a flash, and boy, was he fast and brash. He won, like a lot. He ruffled some feathers along the way. Even if you weren't a Kyle Busch fan, most short trackers actually loved him. Why? Because he came back to short track racing. Aside from all the hype and glitz and glamour of NASCAR, he just wanted to race. And it didn't matter what track. It didn't matter what car. It didn't matter what surface. If he didn't do well at something, he worked at. How cool was it that Kyle Busch became a dirt track racer? Not many people had that on their bingo card. Bigger than the wins and the big old championship trophies was his journey to fatherhood, a journey shared publicly through their Bundle of Joy Foundation that helped so many people. And Kyle, he sure loved his family. Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox were his world. There's been no better example of this than the last few years, watching he and Brexton at the racetrack together. The combination of Kyle's passions, racing and family, where KB was a dad and a mentor. They raced together from Millbridge to Madera, beginner box stocks to late models. Kyle was doing what his dad did with he and Kurt, teaching them to race. Great tutelage, tough love, and fun times. Flow Racing followed along at the Tulsa Shootout with Brex, and at the Chili Bowl with Kyle. Seeing them swap checkered flags at Charlotte Motor Speedway's summer shootout last year was simply priceless. Love of racing, love through racing. In the next few weeks, the tributes will be plentiful, and rightly so. But let's not forget one thing, what we do best. As a racing family, let's surround this family with our love and our prayer. It's what we do best in the worst of times.
Kyle Busch was a generational talent who rose to become a two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and one of the sport's greatest and fiercest drivers. Across 22 full-time seasons in NASCAR's top division, Busch won the 2015 and 2019 Cup Series titles and 63 races, 9th on the all-time series wins list.
Kyle Busch has been legendary today.
His numbers across the other two national NASCAR series were record-setting, with 102 victories in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and 69 wins in the Craftsman Truck Series. Busch was a proudly polarizing figure among fans, intensely popular with his adoring supporters, and booed loudly by his detractors.
If you don't like that kind of racing, don't even watch.
He entered the sport as a brash teenager with the nickname Shrub, as the younger brother to Hall of Famer Kurt Busch. But the moniker Rowdy, a nod to one of the main characters in Days of Thunder and to his aggressive style, is what stuck with him. A Las Vegas native, Kyle Busch followed many of the same steps that his brother did in accelerating up the racing ladder. Family go-karts on makeshift tracks and cul-de-sacs and parking lots. Then Legends cars at the Vegas Bull Ring, before a move to full-bodied late-model competition.
For us young drivers, we're thrown into the biggest series in all of racing. Sooner or later, you're going to have to get thrown in, so why not it be sooner than later?
Busch drove for 3 Hall of Fame Cup team owners, getting his start in the series with Hendrick Motorsports as a heralded rookie in 2005. He joined Joe Gibbs Racing in 2008, establishing a long-running partnership that made him the face of Toyota's NASCAR endeavors. He spent the final stages of his career with Richard Childress, arriving in 2023 and taking the reins of the number 8 Chevrolet. Behind the wheel, Busch was an electric, daring performer with a fiery personality that thrilled fans and crushed competitors. His trademark winning celebration, a showman's bow, served as a tribute to his roots as a Las Vegas native, but also a flourish, like a magician appearing from the smoke of another triumphant burnout.
Yeah, baby, that's the way I do it.
Busch's sharp wit and competitive spirit sparked a deep emotional connection with race fans of every age, creating the proud and loyal Rowdy Nation.
You love you some Rowdy, let me hear you go, boom!
Busch's death from a severe illness was sudden, coming just 6 days after what turned out to be his final victory, a Truck Series race at Dover.
Take whatever you can get, man. You never know when the last one's going to be, so cherish them all, trust me.
He is survived by his parents and his wife Samantha and 2 children, 11-year-old son Brexton and 4-year-old daughter Lennox. In recent years, Busch's great mission was guiding Brexton's blossoming racing career, coaching his son in the family business at racetracks across America. Kyle Busch was unmatched in the record books and unrivaled on the track, one of the best to ever drive a stock car. He was 41 years old.
Today is a heartbreaking reminder to cherish the people you care about, because none of us truly know how much time we have left. NASCAR lost a legend today, but Kyle Busch's impact on the sport will never be forgotten. If I'm being honest, Kyle Busch was somebody I couldn't stand when I first became a NASCAR fan. As a Kyle Larson fan myself, he was usually the guy I was rooting against every Sunday, and I know a lot of people can relate to that. Kyle Busch had this unique ability to make fans either love him or absolutely hate him. Still, whether you loved him or hated him on the racetrack, you cannot deny the fact that we lost an absolute legend today. Kyle Busch was one of those rare drivers whose impact reached far beyond NASCAR. It didn't matter if you cheered when he won or celebrated his downfall. Every single NASCAR fan knew they were witnessing one of the greatest talents the sport has ever seen. There will never be another Kyle Busch. Drivers like him come around, maybe, once in a generation. His raw talent behind the wheel was unlike anything I've ever seen. He could jump into virtually any race car and immediately be a threat to win. Week after week, year after year, he built a legacy that very few drivers will ever be able to match. More importantly though, Kyle Busch has brought something to NASCAR that cannot be measured on a scoreboard. He brought personality, he brought passion, he brought emotion. He wasn't afraid to be himself, even when it made him unpopular. In an era where so many athletes try to avoid controversy, Kyle Busch embraced being Kyle Busch, and the sport was more entertaining because of it. Looking back, I think that's why so many people eventually came to respect him in his later years, even if they spent all those years rooting against him. Hell, even I was one of those people. Kyle Busch never pretended to be somebody he wasn't. What you saw was what you got. He raced hard, he spoke his mind. That's what made him special. Today, NASCAR didn't just lose a champion. It lost one of its most recognizable personalities, one of its fiercest competitors, and one of the greatest drivers to ever turn a lap, period. The grandstands, the garage, and the sport itself will forever feel emptier without him. That's why I wanted to take a few moments in this video to pay tribute to Kyle Busch. We'll look back on some of the incredible accomplishments that defined his career, along with my favorite moments from watching him over the years. Thank you for everything you gave to this sport, Kyle. Thank you for the memories, the rivalries, the celebrations, and even the controversies. NASCAR is better because you were a part of it. Rest easy, Rowdy Busch.
Tomorrow, the headlines will say Busch won at California.
Here it is.
But it'll be Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch wins at California.
Yeah, get it.
Kyle Busch is the youngest winner in the history of the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series. By 4 days.
He's not on fire, is he?
Got his brother Kyle to the inside and almost wrecked him.
I told you. Here he goes. I told you.
Oh my gosh.
Checkers or wreckers.
That boy's got a lot of talent. If only he can harness it on a weekly basis.
The first car tomorrow race, and Kyle Busch ushers in this era with his first career short track win in NASCAR Nextel Cup competition.
His fourth try at Darlington. His first checkered flag. Kyle Busch wins the Dodge Challenger 500.
Get people to do great things.
Back straight away.
Ooh, man, that was tight off turn 2. He's got him. I believe he's got him this time. Oh, he turned it.
No.
Oh, he turned it.
No.
No.
In front of his teammate. He's done that in the last 2 restarts. Gets right down in front of Kevin Harvick.
Whoa, up the outside. Here comes Kyle. All the way to the front. He hung back and got a slingshot restart. Shades of Richard Petty, and look at this. Whoa, Busch is around. Can he save it this time?
Oh, there you go.
He does. He saves it. But there's a
Jeff Gordon's upside down. Jeff Gordon's upside down. Remember what happened the last time these two were coming to a start-finish line back in the July race?
Smoke versus Wild Thing to the line.
He got him, Busch. He got him.
Wild Thing wins.
He got him.
Through 3 and 4. No one has battled through as much pain and had as much perseverance as 30-year-old Kyle Busch. Tonight he earns his first Cup title. Kyle Busch, the 2015 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.
Oh my God!
He's one of the best at celebrating. Over the 3 top series in NASCAR, he's won over 150 races. Championship in the Xfinity Series, and now a Sprint Cup Series championship.
Together and to win this championship, it goes all back to JGR. You know, that trophy isn't mine. This is everyone's here. You know, I wanted to come back from rehab and do everything that I could do to power through and be strong and stronger than ever. for everyone here and to pay them back for what all they've sacrificed in their lives for me.
Kyle Busch. And here comes Larson. Larson to the bottom of the track.
Slide job.
Trying to take the lead away.
Slide job. Almost.
The momentum. The 18. They make contact. The 18 into the wall. Larson has the advantage. Here comes the 18. He puts the bumper to the back of him. The 18 into the wall. The 42 sideways.
Where's Harvick?
Here comes the 18. Kyle Busch will win.
Wow.
He's the winningest driver of the decade, and now he is joining elite company. Kyle Busch is going to win his second Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series championship.
Awesome year. Thank you, boys.
One to go, next time by. You're on the outside this time. Pit road is closed.
Blaney
turns him. Around goes
Oh, into Keselowski. Around. Oh, another hard shot. Allmendinger.
Catch up, 4 cars.
Caution waves with Kyle Busch in front.
Today, Kyle, how did you miss all of that and sneak away with it?
Sometimes you got to be lucky. You know, and some of these races come down to that. And
Back behind the wheel. He knows all about getting to victory lane. Here he comes off at turn number 4. Kyle Busch wins at Dover for the 5th time in his career.
All right. Yeah, baby.
That's awesome. Way to go.
Love that start-finish line for All-Star Weekend.
Look at those guys on the wall. Proud of their work they did here today.
Kyle just loves coming to the Truck Series.
I mean, he loves
Laying
winning.
it down. Yes,
It doesn't
he does.
matter what it is. I mean, who doesn't love winning?
Here it is. The Kyle Busch.
She's going to do the bow.
The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. You're up top, 3 wide. You're in the middle, 3 wide. You're up top, 3 wide.
fucking serious
Stay high, put the car on the low side, outside. Keep low.
Oh my God, I'm
Outside
not
is
even
clear.
on the fucking track. What are we doing?
Right here, why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
because you never know when the last one is, you know.
You're in the top 10.
Oh boy, Casey Mears and Michael Waltrip get tangled up and couldn't get loose.
And the caution will fly. And again, Casey Mears, he just went a lap down, and Michael Waltrip had been to pit road.
This is right front here. Or does there after the contact.
Yeah, no, he just went over the top of Michael, and I think Michael thought they were still racing.
Car outside. Clear high.
Well, let's ride along with Michael.
Go high.
Talk about some road rage. Michael Waltrip gets squeezed in the wall by Casey Mears. Mears, I think, got majority of the damage from this accident. And Michael Waltrip immediately put his right foot to the floor and wouldn't lift off the gas, sending Mears up into turn number 1, back into the wall. Michael Waltrip was furious with Mears at Richmond in 2008. This just shows even when you're racing at the back of the pack, the aggression levels are still as high as they are at the front of the field. Waltrip would receive no penalty for this during the race or after. NASCAR just let it stand.
Cool, it's supposed to be the cool down lap. Watch this as Dale Earnhardt Jr. turns Casey Mears around. And before they get to the garage area, here comes Mears back at him. Pow.
So evidently, now when Kyle Busch was involved back on lap 301, evidently, I think we found the prospect, the suspects.
Watch your fucking
With
mouth,
only a
bitch.
couple laps to go left in the 2009 Phoenix race, Casey Mears would get into Dale Jr., spinning him out and bringing out the caution. Just a typical wreck, we all thought, right? Well, no, it didn't look like it. It looked like Casey Mears intentionally crashed Dale Earnhardt Jr. This would inflict Jr. getting angry, and after the race, he would turn Casey Mears sideways on the cool-down lap as they entered pit road. After they entered pit road to get their inspection, Mears would intentionally bump Dale Jr. after the race. You could see these two drivers were definitely not having a good day between each other.
Martin Truex Jr. was reeling him in until his luck ran out and the wheels came off.
The wheel is loose. About to fall off. Pretty got into work. Champion lost on the epic planet.
Martin Truex had to come to pit road, had a tire going down on the 4th tire change. Missed a lug nut on the left front.
Get a lug nut ready, guys. I gotta come back for the lug nut on the left front. You're gonna get the black flag this time, missing lug nut. For what? It's alright, I'm sure you'll wrap it lug nut. We gotta stun this broke. They're all fucking fires! Every goddamn one of you!
Oh, yeah, darn nail. Saw Martin Truex's reaction to having to stop and then having to come in on the penalty. Frustration about
Pounding the pavement.
2013 saw the rivalry of Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. This all started at Bristol when Hamlin was chasing down Logano for a position on the track. Hamlin would end up spinning Logano out. Logano was not taking any of it. He would finish 17th, but immediately make a beeline to Denny Hamlin's car. He would get in Denny Hamlin's window and start shouting and saying things to him. Apparently, he told Denny Hamlin, "The next time I see you, I will wreck you." Denny Hamlin apparently took it too lightly and said, "Logano's always in the back, I'm never going to see him." But just 1 week later, Joe Logano would wreck Denny Hamlin, causing Hamlin to receive a back injury and have to sit out for multiple races.
You know, it's just, we finished bad, he finished bad. It's, it's even.
What did he say inside the car?
I see he was coming for me, so I usually don't see him, so it's usually not a factor.
All right, thanks, Denny.
Busch, there's contact. Here's Busch to the outside to take the top spot. Kyle Busch will just power around the outside. Meanwhile, Hamlin and Logano make contact. Hamlin's in the fence, and Kyle Busch is going to win at the Auto Club Speedway in an unbelievable 3-wide pass as they work off turn number 3. Hamlin into the inside retaining wall. Joey Logano will finish 6th.
Did I intentionally wreck him? No. Did not intentionally do that. If I was going to do that, I would have hit him in the left rear tire. Hit him in the door. I hate to see him get hurt. I feel like the comments after the race that I made were taken way out of context. I feel like I just got off the pit road. A heated moment there that caught me way off gun, but way off where I thought was going to happen. And then then a microphone gets shoved in your face, and you have it was a minute after what happened on pit road, so obviously my mind wasn't straight, and I didn't know Denny was hurt. There's no way for me to know, and I think I got taken way out of context of way it meant anything.
Sure hope you look back dick better than you drive, though.
In the interview there, he's saying it wasn't intentional, but 3 different instances he had a chance to say it wasn't intentional. All 3 times he said it was. So there's no doubt in my mind it was intentional. Did he intend on me getting hurt? I don't believe so.
Martin Truex Jr. caution flag is out.
You're pulling away from the car behind. To get in 8.3. Yell it out.
Dude, I'm not sucking your
And that changes everything. Hit the big reset button on it all. We're not done yet. Busch involved in this one, and that's rather interesting appearing.
Looked like he dumped Mark Truex. Well, they may have had some contact earlier and later. What that's all about. It certainly changed the outcome of this race for Casey Kane, though.
Yes, it did. And did they have to come to pit road?
I don't see any other way they can. They have to. I mean, it's just power's worth so much.
And as I suspected there might be,
There's Martin Truex Jr. around the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Leader is running 38.643. Car inside. Stay high.
All right, let's start to hear from some of those involved in this incredible finish tonight here in Atlanta. Vince, you're first.
Before Martin Truex and Kyle Busch were teammates for a couple of years at Joe Gibbs Racing, they actually got into it in 2014, just a couple of years prior. Entering turn number 1 in Atlanta, Kyle Busch and Martin Truex would get into each other, spinning up the racetrack when the caution come out. But when the caution come out, Truex was furious with Kyle Busch, and he would bang Busch down the backstretch. But it wasn't over there. After the race, Martin Truex would get out of his race car and go find Kyle Busch in the garage area. He would stick his head in the window, and they would have a long discussion. Needless to say, I don't think Truex is the one on top of that one. He seemed really upset. These two drivers were able to cool off and became teammates a couple years later and actually worked really well together. But at the time, they did not see eye to eye on the racetrack.
Some guy named Star.
Watch coming off of turn 2.
Looks like the 42 and 38 get together just a little bit off of turn 2. Here's the next lap. Oh! Wow, like it could have been a little payback.
I'd say he'll be in the truck after this race is
that was
over.
a hard lick for Montoya, too. That's not where you want to be doing this.
Wow.
Too fast a racetrack to be doing that.
190 plus miles an hour. You can really get hurt here.
That's not.
Watch this contact.
I'm telling you, there's no excuse for that right there.
There's not. That's going to be at least a heavy fine, if not more, for David Gillen.
It's very simple. I was running high the lap before, and he went inside of me. He ran straight to the wall. I got straight to get away, and he put me in the wall. So I went into one, and I just punched him a little bit to say, hey, you should, I'm running. Then you're running like 50 laps behind, and I hit him a little bit. If I wanted to wreck him, I would wreck him. And I don't know, he just came out of the corner and just wrecked us. It's people that want to try to prove a point somehow, and it's disappointing. It's great for everybody Ganassi. We've got great cars now. Technical Haven Dodge was amazing today, and it's just frustrating when idiots like that get in the way.
2008 at Texas Motor Speedway saw David Gilliland completely wipe out Juan Pablo Montoya off of turn number 2, right hooking him into the outside wall and ruining Montoya's day. This is something you shouldn't be doing ever, but especially at mile-and-a-half tracks. Going 180 miles per hour is something that could lead to dangerous injuries, especially if you're turned into the wall on purpose. It even looked like Montoya was trying to avoid him. It's like he knew it was coming because he was down on the bottom of the racetrack, and then David Gilliland just decided to turn and hit him. The shocking part about this is, though, NASCAR still allowed the number 38 car David Gilliland to continue racing. Nowadays, if somebody did that, they'd be parked and wouldn't be allowed to finish the race.
First person I got to thank is Kyle Busch for driving dirty, sucking me down, and getting me spun out to give us the gas. That's why we won the race. We had a great truck. Don't get me wrong. That thing, this Toyota Tundra was incredibly fast. When I got up behind Kyle, I got aero tight, which that's what happens. And I backed off, just kind of riding there, trying to keep the right front on, waiting for later. And lo and behold, got sucked around, got some fuel. Here we are in victory lane.
He was just confronted by the guy who led the most laps today. Kyle Busch had led 73 laps and obviously disappointed. This is what we were talking about. Here's Todd Bodine, and all of a sudden, in will walk in street clothes Kyle Busch. And I think he might have been listening to our broadcast.
I'm sure he was listening to the broadcast where Todd said that Kyle was driving dirty, and Kyle took offense to those comments and came to victory lane to explain that to Todd. And in Kyle's defense, I don't think Kyle was driving dirty.
Poor choice of words, I think, by Todd. Now, certainly, Kyle could, contributed to Todd's truck being sucked around, but that's racing. We see that happen all the time.
Yeah, he gave him plenty of room. He entered the corner, gave him room, and Kyle was just racing.
Contact Gordon and Keselowski. Jeff Gordon may have a flat tire.
He does.
Gordon spinning, turn 4. Caution is out. We'll have another attempt at a great white checker.
Q, I'm going to beat the out of him. What happened? Q car ran into us. That's what happened.
The 2014 NASCAR season was hands down one of the greatest seasons that we will ever have, and it will never change my mind, and nobody will ever be able to change my opinion on it. The racing, the finishes, and the fights were phenomenal, and this race was pure awesome. Jeff Gordon and Brad Keselowski duking it out all race long, and then Jimmy Johnson showed up out of nowhere. But when it came down to that final restart, Brad Keselowski stuck his nose in a hole that Gordon thought wasn't there, and Gordon was furious after the race. He would walk down to Keselowski's car, try to have some words with him, and then out of nowhere, Kevin Harvick would shove Keselowski into the fight, Gordon would reach his hand, and then the fight would break out. This was by far one of the biggest fights in NASCAR's last 2 decades, in my opinion.
Obviously, staying in his truck, now climbing out. He's got some enemies on the racetrack right now, and they are going to fight it out. Not happy at all. These two teams mixing it up. The NASCAR officials are jumping in.
Slow car down low. Slow car down low. Go low.
The problem took place when David Starr moved all the way up and got right up next to the 30 of Todd Bodine on the pit road.
That started before the 30 moved up to the 11. They exchanged some words, and the 11 drove away from him, and then the 30 pulled away from the 11, and then the 11 came back at the 30 on pit.
One of the more forgotten altercations on pit road was between David Starr and Todd Bodine in the Truck Series. Todd Bodine was wrecked extremely hard by David Starr, and after the race in New Hampshire, he wouldn't want to have words with him. Starr would drive into hard in turn number 1 and basically just slide up into Todd Bodine, wiping him out completely. And I would be on Todd Bodine's side here. He was kind of cheated out of this one. So when they came back to pit road, Todd Bodine would hit the back of David Starr's car, and then the fight would break out on pit road. NASCAR officials and team members would get involved in this.
They just took a heck of a beating.
Walk down and buck them all.
Boyer and Newman going at it.
Baby Bull runs up front.
Well, we'll show you why.
Wow.
And what happened after the checkered flag between these two.
This is fun. This is the All-Star race.
Leader is running 39.422.
All right.
But I also got towed to the pit. Had to do whatever bullshit and only finished in 6th position to be
Here's
here.
the white flag.
Not
That
bad.
means one more lap to go. You're gaining on the car in front.
Yeah.
The gap is 4 seconds.
And unlike other All-Star games, these fellas have to race each other every week of the season.
Yeah, tell me how many incident points you got.
Well, let's go back and see why the drama between Ryan Newman and Clint Boyer. This is on the cool-down lap after the checkered flag.
Well, obviously, something took place before all this.
Bam.
5 seconds into the race, he fucking ran right into the back of me. Buddy, I didn't hit nobody. I didn't ram nobody at all. Too busy thinking about sucking dick.
All right, let's check a flag.
I had no incident
Good job.
up until
Very
that
good
fucking
job.
wreck with the guy that was in third. The 20 car. I bet that dude, he's snicking the bar with veins up.
Tempers will boil over when $1 million is on the line. But the funniest thing is it really wasn't on the line for Ryan Newman and Clint Boyer because they were racing in the back. But after the race, Ryan Newman and Clint Boyer would get into each other, and this would upset Boyer. Boyer would be spun out on the cool-down lap, and he was not having anything of it. He would end up getting out of his race car, running as fast as he can to the number 6 car of Ryan Newman, stick his arms in the window, and start punching Newman left, right, left, right, left, right. with nothing Newman could do but just sit there and take it. Clint Bowyer would then run off as Newman would get out of his race car because, honestly, who wouldn't? I would not want to fight Ryan Newman of all people. That seems very scary. Coming to the completion of the stage at Chicagoland in 2018, Kurt Busch and Kevin Harvick, two teammates, were racing extremely hard. Kurt Busch was upset that he was raced hard by Harvick. As teammates, you're supposed to, I guess, give each other a little bit of room, and Busch was not happy about it. Harvick would take the stage away from Busch, and he was pretty upset.
Big crash on the backstretch, Rick.
And right up in front of more traffic.
You in 3.
Ryan Newman's in it.
David Reagan is in it.
Well,
Fire.
And Chris Buescher was in it as well.
Chris Buescher involved. The 83 of Dylan Lupton up on top of the 31. The Fire underneath the hood of the 23. And the 14 of Tony Stewart.
And we've seen this several times. The cars haven't, getting into turn 1, and the 14 just kept coming down on the 31 on the back straightaway. Wasn't happy maybe with what went on in turn 1, and
big impact by the 23, and you see right there, Chris Buescher kind of bounces between them.
Yeah.
Luckily gets through, but that was a really big impact for the 23 of David Reagan. It was great to see him climb out.
I want to talk about this race for a quick moment. Ryan Newman a little bit frustrated. What's your response to that, and what happened from your perspective?
I expect him to be frustrated. I mean, this was an important race, and he had 26 weeks to get himself in the chase, and he was in a pressure situation going into here, and I had nothing to do with the first 25 weeks that put him in a pressure situation. But I'm all right with getting run into once or twice, but third time is a charm, and that's when I'd had enough of it. And I run him down the back stretch, and I wrecked myself doing it. So it wasn't like I wrecked him and didn't wreck myself. I took myself out of it by doing that. But I think for 370 some odd laps of getting run into by different guys, I held my cool pretty good. So he doesn't seem to think so, but I'm not really sure that I'm going to lose a lot of sleep over his opinion tonight.
Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart were once teammates. Tony Stewart once owned Ryan Newman and let him drive for his race team. A couple years after they separated, they got into it at Richmond when Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman flat out were upset with each other, and their post-race interviews talking about one another was extremely disrespectful. This is one of the most underrated, ruthless interviews I've ever heard. The comments that were made by Ryan Newman about Tony Stewart were extremely fierce. In my opinion, this wasn't just a battle on the track. It was a battle off the track that Newman was probably still upset that he didn't race for Tony Stewart.
Look out!
Wow, I can't believe everybody missed that.
20 wrecked me, guys. The 20 wrecked me plain as day. How bad is it, Matt?
Matt Kenseth is in the wall.
Drive it, but it's not good.
And I don't know how badly he has backed in the fence.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage on the left front, BP.
I see some damage on the left front.
Check what happened. There's Tony. Wow, man. Well, it doesn't get more blatant than that.
And look at this. Up across the track. And a lot of guys with some heads-up driving.
Yeah, a lot of cars missed this wreck.
Oh, my goodness. With Bobby Labonte getting by on the inside. We saw Mike Wallace go by on the outside. Dale Jarrett back in the 88.
How emotional is Tony Stewart? This is his onboard camera. A few minutes ago.
He evidently looked up and saw that he was on camera on the big screens around the racetrack and said, move the camera. Now we're going to leave pit road.
And NASCAR Race Control a moment ago told both these drivers, Matt Kenseth in the 17 and Tony Stewart in the 20, to settle down.
Well, Kenseth should be hot. He's got a race car that's probably not capable of winning the Daytona 500 now because of that.
Black flag 17. Matt Kenseth will have to come to pit road.
The most watched NASCAR event on television was the 2006 Daytona 500. And all of those people got to witness Tony Stewart do one of the dumbest things he's ever done in his NASCAR Cup Series career. He was fed up with racing Matt Kenseth pretty hard, I guess, and entering turn number 3, he would push Kenseth below the yellow line. Kenseth would slide all the way back up the track, and somehow, miraculously, nobody hit him. This was a very dangerous situation for somebody to be in. It's uncalled for and extremely unacceptable. As Kenseth was sliding through the grass, I know a lot of those cars in the back were praying he doesn't slide up the track. Unfortunately, Kenseth would, but thankfully nobody would hit him, and the race wouldn't be turned into a disaster.
really hard to tell. I mean, it looked like this 11 was slow getting in the corner.
Like he tried to get up there. Thought maybe the 55 got a little bit loose getting there, and Jimmy was trying to maybe avoid that somehow. Okay.
11:55 there.
Yeah.
Tire down on the 11 right front, maybe after that contact.
Definitely a stack up. Oh man, there's a lot of good cars that corner there.
In the late stages of the 2013 Bristol night race, Brian Vickers and Denny Hamlin would get together, sending Hamlin's car back up the racetrack into Ryan Newman and Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick was furious at the move that Denny Hamlin had created with Vickers, and after the cleanup from the accident, Harvick went over to Hamlin's pit stall and actually stopped in it and got out of his race car. Harvick was furious.
Looked like the 11 and the 29 got together. I think Kevin Harvick may have gotten in the right rear of Denny Hamlin getting into the corner.
You know, things happen so quickly that it's hard to tell until you see a replay, unless it's just, you know, definitive there that drivers question exactly what may have happened.
Well, Jamie?
Kevin, we saw you frustrated there. What happened? What led to that?
I just saw the 11 shoot up, you know, trying to get back at somebody and just caused a wreck, but said that 56 got into him there, so I just wanted to know what happened. All good, just hate it for my Jimmy John's guys, and you know, track position is such a big deal. Wish we had the old Bristol back. It's a lot more fun to race on.
Just take our loss, you know, we're running like shit and we got wrecked, so it's what you get when you run like shit, and it just shouldn't be there. I don't know what our problem is, but every time we go to sim and use sim and think we have a good sim session, we go to the racetrack and we suck. So I'm done with that, and we'll have to use some other tools on figuring out how to be good. But the M&M's Camry was not very good, and we're running terrible, and we got wrecked. Wasn't the tree's fault.
Contact between our leaders.
Now will Eckes move the 17? Yes, he will.
He
move
moves
the 17.
Taylor Gray up the track. Christian Eckes takes over the lead. Here comes Ben Rhodes in second. The team trying to protect their driver.
Don't fucking choose something wrong. You race like I fucking did. You. I fucking barely got you off the tires. You know how many chances I had to shit you the fucking fence? Okay, coming up next year.
And if he holds me up and I see him in my rear view again, he's going firewall deep.
Oh boy.
Hold on. He just drove it right up there into you, buddy. He meant to do it. Oh man, how ridiculous to want to be father's pause. Come on, Freddie. Wheel.
I don't need assistance in who took for what tires. We do need assistance, however, working on a car on a flat racetrack where cars don't turn or stick. We knew this going in. Glad we think we're ready to win this chase. Need to get ready to be not on stage in Vegas again.
Got 7 races to go here. Let's keep our head in this thing.
10-4. Be positive. A race this hard for last in my life.
You're going to hit the
ball. This is awesome. Nothing you did there helped.
We're going to put some right front backer in it, bud.
Isn't that going to take camber out of it? Just go ahead, do what you guys want. I'm sure you got computers in there to tell you what to do. Glad we're making all the highlight reels now. They worry about nothing about racing. Just worry about what goes on radio, Chad.
The front straightaway. Hard in the wall goes Hamlin. Chase Elliott.
Hard impact for Denny Hamlin. The inside of Chase.
Gets loose. You see him lift out of the gas. The flames, crowded chase, got into him, but they saw some retaliation there.
Or did Keselowski get into the left rear corner of Elliott there?
I got right rear hooked in the middle straight away. Did you think there was any kind of retaliation there, or what was the deal? What led to that? Yeah, it's a tantrum, and he shouldn't be racing next week. Right rear hooks are absolutely unacceptable. I don't care. It's the same thing Bubba Wallace did with Kyle Larson. The exact same. He shouldn't be racing. It's a tantrum.
This, in my opinion, is the most controversial thing that NASCAR's most popular driver, Chase Elliott, has ever done. During the 2023 Coca-Cola 600, he was racing hard with Denny Hamlin for a multitude of laps. Coming off of turn number 4, Hamlin would do his normal slide up the track and push you into the wall. Elliott would immediately retaliate, turning him across the front stretch, and Hamlin would hit the wall head-on at 90 degrees. This is an extreme amount of force to a driver's body with crashes like this. So it's understandable that NASCAR suspended Chase Elliott for 1 week for this action.
Way down to the inside comes Austin Hill, playoff driver who had a bad day, was trying to make something out of it at the end. Took a very optimistic move down into turn number 1, and here you can see gets into the back of Myatt Snider, spinning him. Now, what's gotten everyone's attention is the discussion afterward. The two drivers appear to be having a discussion, and then what happens next? Well, we'll let you draw your own conclusion. NASCAR has seen this footage in the last 30 minutes and have told us that they are going to be talking to both teams and drivers about the incident that took place there.
Now, he's not going to be happy about that. Stenhouse going for more.
Yeah, he's been 3 wide already.
Cowboy up. It's time to go. $1 million on the line. There's not a lot of time, but Kyle Busch will pay you back, and here it comes.
Oh, boy.
Sideways.
He's
Look
in
at
the wall.
fence. He's done.
Kapow.
Didn't like that. Fought back.
Caution on lap 2.
Well, that didn't take long, Kev.
Man, oh, man.
We're down here.
Somebody get beat, guys. Hey. Come here. Get off of here. Get out of here. Get off that truck. Get out of here, fucking bitch. Fucking stupid. Why am I stupid? Why are you putting 3 wide? I didn't touch you. Who cares? You know we're gonna fucking get off of 2. We have plenty of room. There's no room. Plenty of room, bud. I'll wreck you in Charlotte because you're back there. I don't give a fuck. I can tell. I suck just as bad as you. I understand. Let's go.
I understand Ricky Stenhouse here. Kyle Busch just flat out dumped him on lap 2 of the All-Star race. If I was Ricky Stenhouse, I would have done much more than to fight Kyle Busch. In my opinion, I probably would have wrecked him, but that's me, and it's probably not the right call to do. But Ricky Stenhouse kept to his word. When asked in the media center after he got wrecked and got out of his car, he said, I'm going to wait for Kyle Busch, and I'm going to punch him in the face. And you know what? He did. He waited for the entire All-Star race and then waited at Kyle Busch's hauler for Kyle Busch to finish the race, walked down over there, and he ended up having some words with him, and then he popped him right in the face, and then a big fight broke out. This was the biggest fight of the 2024 NASCAR season.
Oh, trouble. 12 car around.
Ryan Newman.
Stop car.
Somebody over here coming off 2.
So he said somebody spun him.
I believe he was referring to 24, possibly.
It's John Erickson, spotter for Ryan Newman. Oh, he got the wall first. Off turn 2.
I saw him hit the wall earlier, and then he's going to come back between 1 and 2, and this is off turn 4, so he's going to make it here. We know that.
He bounced off the wall again.
Oh, bouncing off the wall again.
And he kind of bounced off Jeff.
Yes, he did.
And Jeff said, you know what? I don't appreciate that.
That's exactly what he said.
That bounce off the wall off turn 4 and into the 24 did some pretty good looking damage to that, that fender around. Jeff Gordon's being black flagged.
There's a 12 car hitting the wall off turn 2.
Well, I'm not sure I understand.
2003 saw the penalty that Jeff Gordon received of black flag for rough driving when he intentionally crashed Ryan Newman at Rockingham. Coming off of turn number 4, Gordon and Newman were racing pretty hard. They made contact, and Gordon got some damage from it. When they came back across the racetrack into turns number 1 and 2, Jeff Gordon was ready to show Ryan Newman how upset he was. He would intentionally spin out Ryan Newman, and Newman would go sliding to the inside wall. When NASCAR reviewed the footage, they immediately penalized Jeff Gordon for this accident. Two drivers on the racetrack that honestly were polar opposite drivers, Jimmie Johnson and Kurt Busch. Both found success and became eventual champions in the sport, but they went two different paths. Jimmie Johnson's the clean, polite guy. Kurt Busch is on the edgy side. And they got into it in 2011, basically the entire season. And it all boiled over at Pocono in the final laps and carried over to Richmond just a couple weeks later, when Kurt Busch and Jimmie Johnson both wrecked each other that night.
But two old rivals were no longer playing around.
Jimmie Johnson goes for a spin, slides backwards into the outside retaining wall.
Looked like the 22 had the left front locked up there. Jimmy's why he got into you. Where is that guy?
Trouble in turn number 2. Jimmie Johnson is around. Kurt Busch is around.
What a chump. What a chump. Is that a 5 chump? Yeah, it is. I got your number. I got your number.
How bad is it, boss?
Yeah, we probably heard it this time.
Take it to the garage. Take it to the garage. You want something to eat? Want a knuckle sandwich?
Look, he just got beat. The 88 car was a good car. I know it's frustrating. Just got to calm down.
Let's go down to Vince.
Kyle Busch finished third today. Kyle, the fans saw a great battle, but what were you so angry with Brian about?
He hung on my right rear quarter panel all the way down the front straightaway and gave the win to the 88 car. He slowed us down so much. He had no idea the 88 car was coming. And the 88 just drove right by both of us on the outside because Brian Vickers was trying to slow both of us down. Just stupid. If he would have ran his own line up at the top of the track and I would have ran my own line down at the bottom of the track, it could have been a battle between us two. But unfortunately, you race with idiots, and I guess you'll have that sometimes. But I'm sure I'm complaining and I'm whining and I'm a crybaby, but that's uncalled for. I mean, it's just stupid. I would have ran my own line instead of giving it to the third place car in order to battle it out between the top two, who deserved the win and deserved to battle the race out at the end. He didn't deserve to win.
Exciting, but not the way he wanted it, for sure. Jamie's got the Brian side of the story.
That's right. There was some pushing and shoving. All right, Brian, I know you couldn't hear his response to it. He said you were slowing him up, and that was stupid. Your take.
Oh, man, I tell you, I am so sorry. I forgot it was the Kyle Busch show. Hell, I thought we were racing for a win. I'm really sorry for the Dollar General guys. We had a great car. We were too loose on the start of a run. He was better. I thought it was my job to hold him off. Apparently not. He came over to the car after we came in and knocked our fender in, which was unnecessary, and then started crying like a little baby. And I asked him if he'd just give me a minute to get out. We could talk about it like men. If he wanted to fight, that's fine with me. And as soon as I got out, he ran off. And it's a shame that it went down like that. I mean, we were racing hard. I thought it was a good race. Congratulations to 88. He snuck around both of us. I didn't see him coming. I let my guys down. We should have been able to win this race. But last I checked, it wasn't the Kyle Busch show. It was a nationwide race, and I was supposed to race him for the win.
Late 2000s and early 2010s, Kyle Busch was a different animal than what we see today. This guy could win on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. He could win in anything, and he hated losing. He was so mad he finished third in the Nationwide Series race at Michigan after being raced extremely hard by Brian Vickers. And out of nowhere, Brad Keselowski, who he actually despised and probably still does, would go on to take the win. After the race, he was furious. He would jump out of his car, walk over to Vickers, and start shouting in the window. Nobody knows what was said, but I know it probably wasn't family-friendly words.
Big battle off of turn 4 here.
And into the wall goes Bubba Wallace. And he comes back across the track, tags the 5. They're both in the wall. The caution comes out.
Zips the 20 car of Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell hard into the outside wall.
Literally, Bubba Wallace, obviously, exceptionally frustrated. NASCAR trying to get him calmed down.
The shot the 5 takes to the driver's door on the front straightaway is vicious. I mean, it's a hit.
Yeah, I just can't. I just can't. That's not right. I mean, Kyle Larson clearly messed up and got Bubba in the wall.
In 2022, Bubba Wallace was racing hard with Kyle Larson at Las Vegas. Larson would put Wallace in the wall, and he would immediately retaliate, hooking him into the outside wall intentionally and causing a massive crash involving Christopher Bell. Wallace wasn't done yet. He would walk all the way across the track into the grass to Kyle Larson and start pushing him and shoving him, explaining to him why he was so upset. This really wasn't a fight. It was more just Bubba pushing and yelling, and Larson just kind of stood there and took it. Bubba Wallace was suspended for the actions of the racetrack, but not for fighting Kyle Larson. He was suspended one race, and it was the following race.
What an aggressive restart he had.
Oh! Kyle Busch into the wall hard.
Elliott Sadler and Kyle Busch make contact. It's not going to be four in a row for Kyle Busch.
Elliott and Kyle had issues earlier in the race. You remember when Elliott and Kyle got together and Elliott ran up and sort of hit Kyle in the back to let him know he didn't like what he saw.
And there Kyle goes for retaliation. Hits the 24 of Elliott Sadler. Sadler goes around. This time the caution comes out.
Holy cow.
Kyle Busch has always had an aggressive temper, but it seems like when he was in his younger days, it was like every week or every time they went to Bristol. And how many times has he cleared himself off somebody and wrecked himself and then blamed the other competitor? Well, he did this to Elliott Sadler in the Truck Series race in 2011. He waited for Elliott Sadler to do another lap as he limped around the track with a broken truck and then would spin Elliott Sadler out. This was just another thing that Kyle Busch did to get the fans to hate him.
At Atlanta, it was Charlotte that he won at. The 600. What a job, Kurt Busch, and Kurt and Jeff going to talk it over.
Yeah, their little issue there earlier in the race. I'm sure they're talking about how the car got tight and they just kind of sent them both out.
I didn't have an inch.
Things get a lot better when you end up finishing second and third and talk these things out. Yeah, and I think they have a lot of respect for each other. Yeah, no doubt.
It was fun to race.
But everybody's got to be a single file. It was good enough reason to run in. We encouraged ourselves to get to the top is what happened. Don't encourage me to run. I'm 1 and 2.
Restarts were treacherous today, and that's where the 24 and I raced really hard today. He was on the outside, hooked his nose right on our rear spoiler, and I was just sliding. And he thought I was pinching a bump into the wall, and I'm like, no, you got to give an inch to get an inch. And then it just turned into a bit rough play, but with the important thing about us finishing second and third, that's when it's good racing, and there doesn't need to be the media to blow it out of proportion and to say two guys are fighting. We need to put on a better show. We need to have better tickets for our fans to buy, and I hope we put that on back there.
This is by far one of the more tamed altercations that Kurt Busch has ever been in. After the race at Kansas in late 2013, Jeff Gordon walked down to Kurt Busch when he was getting out of his race car, and they had a long discussion of what took place on the racetrack. It seemed they were both disagreeing with something on a restart, and unfortunately there was no footage I could find of what exactly they're talking about. But nothing really came of this, as Jeff Gordon and Kurt Busch didn't run into each other or have any more altercations after this to finish out their careers.
A move, they both got an issue.
Well, Kevin Harvick doesn't know exactly what happened here. He knows he got contact.
Well, he knows
Pablo
exactly
Montoya.
what happened. He didn't pull in front of him just to stop there. That's what happened. He's mad.
There's some other things that happened here.
Let's see if they're going to fight. I want to see this.
All right, Montoya is upset. Harvick is not a guy you want to mess with.
You think you're trying to tell him my batteries?
What are you doing? Watch this.
Yeah, the 33 car, Jack.
Oh, here we go.
Can't pronounce it last name. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm on my.
There and got to the face. He's out of the car.
Neither one of these guys are happy here.
Harvick saying, "No, stop it, stop it."
I tried home.
Montoya's instigating this thing now.
Montoya keeps pushing him, and Harvick's not a guy you want to push too many times.
Well, to be fair, Harvick is the one that walked over to Montoya.
Jeff Burton, Harvick's teammate, gets out of the car, helmet off, trying to get his teammate away. Tempers flaring here on a restart with 18 laps to go, and 3 of the contenders.
In 2007, rookie Juan Pablo Montoya would get into Kevin Harvick after being pushed by Martin Truex Jr. I think Harvick thought that Montoya just drove in over his head and pulled one of the stupidest moves that he had probably ever seen in a long time on a road course. So after the wreck and after they got out of their vehicles, Kevin Harvick and Montoya would walk down to each other and start yelling at each other through their helmets. And then pushing became shoving. and then shoving became a big altercation between both drivers. Jeff Burton and NASCAR officials were over there to help separate the argument, but this was by far one of Kevin Harvick's dirtiest fights he's ever had with another NASCAR driver.
You see him come up and turn 2 right here, and I think that they make a little bit of contact right there. Kyle Larson trying to side draft, and I think Busch is frustrated with that. Squeezes him down the racetrack, and then Larson spins out into the 8, and they both hit the fence. So I think Kyle Busch was frustrated with Larson. You see him way down the racetrack.
I run the high line going through 1 and 2.
See what he said.
Tends to work out pretty good.
I mean, he turned into me. Yeah, he routed you down. Total idiots.
Well, there's 2 sides to every story, but that's certainly the one side that we saw.
Yeah, you see that little contact. I think that ticked Kyle off right there, and then right there. Yeah, I think he just got frustrated and got them both wrecked.
This was pretty idiotic on Kyle. You could guess which Kyle it is. I'll let you take that pick. But it was a totally disrespectful moment for, I guess, either one of them, whichever side you're on here. They were racing hard down the front stretch, and either Kyle Busch came down on Kyle Larson and got him loose, spun him out, or Kyle Larson drove in the corner and tried to wreck Kyle Busch. Regardless of the situation, this was definitely Kyle's fault. I hope you found some humor in this one.
Denny Hamlin, even more mad than Chris Gabehart. Listen.
I don't know. I haven't seen a replay of it, but good grief. If he's mad about what happened off of 2, you got tight underneath of him, lifted on.
All right, so Denny Hamlin clearly is upset. This has been going on all the way down the back straightaway, banging into each other. Denny is not happy.
But I'm obviously, pissed off and just not going to get run like that. We've always run so well or raced so well together, so I don't know what it was all about. I mean, the 19 took his air away and he ran out of racetrack, so he chose to run me out of racetrack completely. And
I guess we can just wreck each other under caution. I tried to wreck him back, but yeah, it's just I don't think we touched. I got to look, but I don't think we touched. But
during the 2022 Texas playoff race, William Byron and Denny Hamlin were racing extremely aggressive all day long. And it all came down to the middle of the race when William Byron wanted to pay Denny Hamlin back. So he would drive up off turn number 4 and hit Denny Hamlin's bumper, sending Hamlin spinning in the grass under caution, which is definitely illegal and something you should not be doing in NASCAR. NASCAR didn't hand down a penalty for Byron until days later, and somehow his penalty got upheld and he was able to regain his points after that penalty.
He's got just a little bit of straightaway speed on these guys.
Oh, look at the 22.
In the wall.
Logano, yeah, he made contact.
Oh, and he got Larson. Caution flag.
Boy, we saw where the 22 of Logano got a late run.
Keep it rolling up in front of him.
Yeah, I think the 42 got a little bit tight there behind the 11. And that he came up the track. That just ran the 22 wide.
I think Logano bounced off the wall, and when he did, it shot him over to the left a little bit and got him into Larson. Accidentally.
During that all-star race, Joey Logano definitely had a short fuse. Kyle Larson pushed him up the track, and he just made a hard left turn into his quarter panel, trying to spin him out.
To the pit road, that's the hit Matt Kenseth was talking about. And while doing that, Keselowski runs into the back of Tony Stewart, so then this. From Tony Stewart's bumper camera.
And that's where all the front end damage came from.
Well, more. That's Matt Kenseth.
You hit me under yellow. You hit me under yellow. You hit me under yellow. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Turn it loose. Let it go.
The 2014 season was one of, if not the best NASCAR seasons that fans could ever want. Fights, racing, and finishes. And even in the playoffs, the Texas race wasn't the only chaotic one. This one might be even more chaotic. Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin would get into it on the racetrack with just a handful of laps to go. Matt Kenseth would be walled by Brad Keselowski on a restart. That upset Matt Kenseth. Then after the race, Brad Keselowski would try to turn Denny Hamlin, completely miss. And then for some reason, he tried to drive into Matt Kenseth after he put him in the wall, and Kenseth was having none of it. He decided to go into Keselowski's hauler area, grab him, and try to fight him and yell at him. This would get the crews involved, and then a bigger fight would break out. I want to explain this fight as we're watching it, and then we'll show the clip. Ty Gibbs and Sam Mayer have grown up together. They've raced in about every series together, and they don't like each other. It's not a pretend they don't like each other. They really just don't like each other. They've wrecked each other in multiple types of cars, and when they got to the Xfinity Series, it was a way bigger deal than I think anybody ever anticipated. Racing for $100,000 in cash on the line, Sam Mayer would move Ty Gibbs out of the groove and move him to win the $100,000. Ty Gibbs was furious after that. He would chase Sam Mayer down across the racetrack and rear-end him. Then when they got on pit road, they got out of their cars, and then the big fight would break out. Sam Mayer and Ty Gibbs, and neither one of them would let go of each other until NASCAR officials got involved. Ty Gibbs and Sam Mayer were called to the NASCAR hauler, and they ended up being penalized and fined after this. But this was still probably, in my opinion, one of the bigger fights we've ever had in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and I don't know if it will ever be broken for the next couple of years.
Sam Mayer.
Yeah, I mean, took him out. I can see Ty's frustration there. Sam's running hard to try to get
$100,000.
Oh wow,
that was for $100,000 right there,
for sure.
Coleman talked about the fact they've been racing each other for a long time. Oh, and there's a punch. Whoa. Ty Gibbs going after Sam Mayer, and we've got a fight at Martinsville.
He ain't let him go.
Hey, don't take it, Sam. Don't take it. Don't take it. Grab him! Grab him!
Now he chalks up another one, and Jeff Gordon moves to the inside of Tony Stewart through turn number 1. They make contact coming off the corner.
Well, let's see who's going to get the best of this battle. Gordon has the inside on this right-hander, but now Stewart has it on the other one. They're still banging together.
Oh, and George in the wall. There's significant damage to the right side of Tony Stewart's car, and then...
You started practicing what you preach about this first lap, all right? Hey, I had a clean pass on you. You didn't need to do that. You're the one always busting my balls about taking it easy at the beginning. Hey, buddy. Make up. Hey, speed up. You won't have that problem. Hey.
Just him and I. Go on your truck, move off. Good speed, go on your truck.
Him and I can look crazy back there. Yes, why? I couldn't help it, Jeff. Take a yeah, all I'm saying is you're the guy that's always. All I'm saying is you're the guy that's always waiting. Make up your mind what you want to do. You know what? If you're going to do it, then I'm going to do it.
Well, then I'll slam you straight in the wall the next time you're anywhere near me.
You better get your.
What'd you do? What'd you just do? You just do to me. I owe you one now, buddy. Tony.
There were some issues here. Watch the 20 and the 15 leaving here.
I'm trying to think really why Tony's mad at the 15 car Paul Menard right now. Menard beat him out pretty fair and square. And he's hitting him again right now. Bam, another time. Hey, don't these guys are getting frustrated. The chase for the championship is already starting to heat up right now. Hey, Tony's not done with him right yet. Let's get in here and, oh my gosh, give him another whack right there. Oh. Now, why he would tear his own car up, I have no idea.
Alan?
You know, we talked about the tight confines down here on pit road, guys, and Paul Menard is pitted in the spot in front of Tony Stewart. Well, Paul, trying to be cautious and not run over a couple of his crew guys, didn't pull all the way up in his pit box, so Tony, who came in ahead of Paul, had to back up and go around him, and that's when you saw Menard pull out of his pit box and jump out in front of Tony. So Tony was a little upset that he had to stop and back up when he should have been ahead of, you know, how all that works, Rusty?
2007 saw Tony Stewart get upset at Paul Menard for pulling out of his pit box, I guess. I guess he expected Menard just to sit there and wait for everybody to pass. Regardless, Tony Stewart would be furious with Paul Menard as he would continue hitting his back bumper across pit road the entire time they exited. Then, after they exited pit road, Tony Stewart would get alongside the 15 car and then hit his door to show how upset he was. This was about the only rivalry that Tony Stewart and Paul Menard had, but it was a pretty interesting one to say the least.
He basically just dumped.
Green. Okay.
Certainly could have been avoided, no doubt about that. That is Brad walking directly toward Kyle Busch's pit.
Use your head. Don't be silly. We don't drive the car. We just work on it. Be smart.
If you ever want to know two drivers that don't like each other, or at least didn't like each other at the time, that was Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch. I think they genuinely hated each other. In 2013, Kyle Busch just flat out dumped Brad Keselowski for no reason in the NASCAR Nationwide Series. Brad Keselowski got out of his car, walked all the way across the grass, and then pointed at Kyle Busch's pit crew. He was pretty upset.
Need to get some track position back. Martin back in. Oh, he got Gragson high. Got him in. That's Gragson. They're not going to be very happy about that.
Gragson came all the way down to thank him.
He was like touching me, it felt like, and it just had me kind of out of control. So, yeah, I wish we could.
Interview interrupted.
On here, I guess.
All right.
It's Noah Gragson and Ross Chastain going at it.
Chastain connected. I don't know if Noah got him first, but
wow.
Clear you, Gregson. You lowered the down and stop it. Problem. Sam got this one here. They got this one. Come on, right, come on, guys. Chill out. Come on, man. Hey, come on. That's your deal, dude. Come on now. I'm going to the back.
Ross Chastain, when he was, racing up in the front consistently, ran into a lot of trouble with other drivers like Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and multiple other drivers who just were fed up with him. Well, when he got put in the back of the pack at Kansas in 2023, he would get tight off of turn number 4 and kind of put Noah Gragson in the wall. Well, Noah Gragson was instantly unhappy. He would drive down the track and try to door Chastain. And after the race, he wanted to go over to Chastain and explain to him how upset he was. But before he could even do anything, he would grab Ross Chastain and try to shake him. And Ross Chastain basically just punched him right in the face and ended that fight very quickly. Continuing on from races that had people intentionally spin out and then later admit it, at Texas Motor Speedway, Bubba Wallace intentionally spun out and brought the caution out. He came off pit road and just spun his car out of the apron, never went on the racetrack to cause any harm to other competitors, but when he admitted it, he was fined $50,000.
Oh, and Bubba Wallace with some problems, Rick.
Bubba Wallace now trying to, it looked like he was trying to get on the apron, but it looks as though he's going to spin it out. That'll bring the caution out. So Bubba Wallace couldn't spin out and then did spin out. And the 11th caution has come out today.
See right here, the 43 has an issue. I think the left rear tire is flat, the best I can tell. Yeah, I think he's trying to spin it out. It looked like.
You did what again? I learned from Brad and Joey. So are you worried about anything or? Like what? Until they do anything, no. I'm not the only one to do it. Yeah. Like I'm racing for myself, not for Larson, not for Chevrolet. At that moment, for myself, going multiple laps down. Okay.
During the 2020 All-Star race, Michael McDowell wrecked Bubba Wallace, and Bubba Wallace did not hold back in his interview. If there was ever an interview that would show how a driver lost control, it would be this one. Bubba Wallace was extremely upset at Michael McDowell, and rightfully so. He had full reason to be upset with McDowell because this wreck was just one of the stupidest crashes I've ever seen, and this was extremely intentional. There's no footage to know if anything happened previously, but there had to have been something behind this wreck, because you don't ever right hook somebody on a straightaway unless you're mad at them.
Oh, just disrespect. And when you get hooked into the wall, my hair looks terrible. Sorry, Mom. When you get hooked right rear in the wall, it's I don't even need to see a replay. Look at that. Yeah, wow. One of the nicest guys in the garage. Can't wait for the God-fearing text that he's going to send me about preaching and praise and respect. What a joke he is.
In 2002, Tony Stewart was able to pick up the win at Watkins Glen in his championship season, but it didn't come without controversy. Tony Stewart would jump the restart after NASCAR said, "You don't need to be doing that." Robbie Gordon was furious with him. In his post-race interview, Gordon called Tony Stewart out and said what he was doing was wrong. He was told by NASCAR that he shouldn't be doing it, and he still did. He wanted NASCAR to penalize Stewart. Ultimately, NASCAR let the win stand for Stewart, but it definitely wasn't fair, and in my opinion, it was cheating.
Tony jumped that last restart, you think?
Did he jump the last restart? No, he brake taxed us, and he took off over way before the go mark. So, that was disappointing because I thought we would have had a shot at him, and we weren't supposed to take off until that cone over here under the bridge. He took off before turn 10, so I'm disappointed about it, but everybody on the singular team did a good job. Tony did a hell of a race. He drove a hell of a race. One of the days we're going to pull this thing back into victory lane.
All right, and NASCAR did warn all these teams, don't jump the restart and don't...
Kyle Busch has always been a driver to always show his emotions on his sleeve and say what he thinks. And in 2010, it cost him. Kyle Busch sped on pit road to beat the pace car out. NASCAR penalized him. Ever since this moment in that race, Kyle Busch had a huge meltdown that would ultimately get him parked for 2 laps for unsportsmanlike conduct as he would be mouthing to NASCAR on the radio and flip off an official.
That's Kyle Busch's radio. Remember the little gesture that we had to apologize for? It's going to cost him 2 more laps. NASCAR is going to pull him in.
You're too hard with this. You're costing us. Park it for 2 laps.
So a bad break turned into a bad situation, and it's gone to worse. Battle for 5th over on the right side.
That'll stand up to them, but they'll show me how far to stand up.
How about Harvick, Hamlin, Boyer, all in line right there.
Bill, they just told him over the radio that he will have to make a pass-through. He said, for what? They said, you passed below the yellow line. He said, I was trying to avoid the crash. And then his spotter, Bobby Hudson, chimed in and said, I'm sure other cars passed us because we slowed down. We'll have to take a look at the tape.
That's what it looked like to me. Let's take a look at it. But everybody slowed up in front. See him on the bottom there. These guys are all slowing down. All Carl Edwards is doing right there is avoiding a wreck. He did not gain any position. He lost position. By doing that, he lost 3 positions. I do not understand.
I'm with Wally on this one. I don't understand it, but apparently it's a rule that you cannot go below the yellow line to avoid a wreck. What? When was this a thing? Regardless, Carl Edwards gets screwed over by NASCAR once again like he does thousands and thousands of times in his career, it felt like. Carl Edwards was trying to continue on the racetrack as cars were exiting off turn number 4 and going to pit road. There was a major checkup in the pack. Edwards had to slow down. Edwards would go below the yellow line, so he would have smashed the back of a few cars. He even lost positions. And NASCAR still said, you're black flag and you have to come back to pit road and serve your penalty.
You're in the middle.
In 2010, Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, 2 of the greatest teammates ever in NASCAR, started having some beef on the racetrack. And it was early in the season at Texas Motor Speedway where it all began. Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson were racing side by side, made a little contact, and Gordon was furious. He was saying that Jimmy Johnson thought he should have been treated different than everybody else because he's won more. That was Gordon's analysis on the racetrack. Just a little bit later at Talladega, a few weeks later, Jimmy Johnson brought Jeff Gordon down below the line. Can you guess it? Jeff Gordon would then be collecting the wreck into this day. Now that had to have tempered Gordon more than anything else because there was nothing he could do in that situation. If you've enjoyed this video, please hit the like and subscribe button down below. Also, if you've liked this video, I'm pretty sure these videos will catch your eye also.
Stay low. There's a car on the high side. Clear. Low car up high. Go low. Go low. Low car up high. Go low. Go high. Car inside. Stay high. There's a car on the low side. Clear inside.
inside. Keep high. Still there, inside. Keeper, flat for you. Clear, inside. You're in the top 10. Clear.
Welcome, race fans, to the iconic Sebring International Raceway, where history is made and legends are born. Today, the world's finest GT drivers converge for yet another thrilling chapter. 2026 GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS Season. From the infamous hairpin of Sunset Bend to the heart-stopping speed of Le Mans Curve, this track is a test of skill and the determination. But veteran drivers will tell you at Sebring, respect the bumps. Oh, and there's another competitor here this weekend, that Florida Sunshine. Let's head over to our SRO America commentators, Calvin Fish and Ryan Marine, for more.
Thanks very much, Amanda. Sebring certainly is one of the classic venues in North American road racing, and if this place wasn't difficult enough, Calvin, then you've got to factor in the weather here this weekend. It is hot.
It's going to be a huge test for the drivers here this weekend. Sebring is the ultimate challenge for the engineer to get the car working over the bumps. Then when you think about 3 hours here, it's like 6 hours at any other circuit. Then the temperatures, we're looking at ambience in the low 90s to start this race. Only drop to the high 80s by the checkered flag. This will be an arduous test for everyone here this weekend.
Big challenge lies ahead. Well, just a couple of weeks ago, racing at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Let's take a quick look back on what transpired in the Lone Star State.
Go high. The leader is running 39, even.
Lights out on the safety car. The race is on at Circuit of the Americas. Mackay Stevens leads the charge up the hill. Oh, and problems. Problems for Todd Coleman in the McLaren. Puncture on the left rear of his car. The timing of this yellow could not be better for these 3 cars. White Motorsports in particular made the call to get to the pit lane, and they come out just at the right time. This could be a strategic masterpiece for these 3. The rest of the field now pitting, but the 3 cars that were in before the yellow, they cycle up to the lead. Battle on the track here. Colin Brown fighting for that position side by side. Mikhail Grenier doesn't want to give it up. Whoa, contact there, Grenier. Oh, really tight down the front straightaway. Late move by Grenier. He's had to serve a drive-through penalty and has a 5-second time penalty. It's a win on the road for JMF, but an overall win on the just-in-time for Wright. Therese Laloux and Thomas Merrill second, and Ryan Yardley and Dave Musial take the top step.
Therese Laloux is the latest female to find herself on a paddock here in SRO America, and I've heard women say a lot of times that a race car knows no gender. How true is that statement?
I think it's absolutely true. The car definitely doesn't care. That's one of the mantras I try to have. I do think, just like street cars, cars aren't necessarily designed with women in mind. So there's things like the brake pedal or the floor panel that need to be adjusted. And so I think it's really great to have the other women out in GT4 America, because we can sort of cross notes on that and see if there's any safety adaptations we can do to make these cars a little bit more suited to our smaller stature.
Walk us through when you knew you were going to be on the podium at COTA in your second race with us.
I didn't believe it until he literally crossed the line. Like, I couldn't watch. I wasn't expecting to be that nervous, but I just felt like I was going to jinx it if I watched from this pit stand. So I just went back to the trailer, got in the air conditioning, kept Kenton Cook actually watching the timing for me. I couldn't watch myself, and until he crossed, I couldn't believe it. And it was actually Lonnie and Erica coming up to me to congratulate me that it finally hit me, and I actually cried a little bit when they came over. I was so proud to have done that.
I feel like you have this drive and just standing near you, this energy of relentlessness. Where does that come from?
They always called me Hurricane Therese. Since I was a little kid, I've always had a lot of energy. I like to say I was born caffeinated, but I came out of 3-star Michelin kitchens, and when we won Best Restaurant in the World in 2017, I really got a glimpse at what it takes to be the best in the world, and it really requires that relentless pursuit of excellence and dedication. And so I try to bring that mindset to the racing and use the benefit of my life experience because what I lack in maybe motorsport experience, I could use with my more advanced age in life experience to help me here.
What are your goals?
Le Mans. Since I watched the movie Senna in 2016 and I found out motorsport existed, and since I found out about Le Mans as a race, and I always wanted to go to the Olympics, and for me I think this is like the Olympics of motorsport, so I'm really hoping to get that first female podium.
She's Therese Lalu, her co-driver is Thomas Merrill. See him this weekend.
One of the absolute best stories to come out of the Circuit of the Americas weekend. But you can't rest on your laurels in racing, that's for sure, and we're about to do it all over again. Third race of the season, and it happens here, the crucible of American endurance racing, Sebring International Raceway, and it couldn't get more challenging than this. The racetrack, the heat, we're about to go, Cal.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. This is going to be a supreme challenge. We talk about the racetrack, the bumps, getting the race car to handle, but these heat and the conditions with our drivers who just got out of a GT America race. We've already seen some action there. We've got to strap right back in and go for it. And we're looking at drivers doing maybe 100 minutes straight at the end of these races, depending on their driver's strategy and rotation. That is going to be a big ask here today in these hot conditions.
It's been a talking point in sports media here the last month or so. Are race car drivers really athletes? Well, I guarantee you have to be to make it through this 3-hour race in the Florida heat that is about to take place here at Sebring. Pre-race festivities about to get underway here for the national anthem. It's Rebecca Wills.
Keep high, clear, inside, you're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1.1 seconds. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
And you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 2.2 seconds. Stay high to the car on the low side. Still inside. Got 10 laps to go. Clear.
that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the hope of the brave.
Rebecca Wills with the national anthem, color guard from the cadets of the Highlands County Composite Squadron Civil Air Patrol.
Clear.
Great crowd down on the grid getting ready for this upcoming race. Part of a global GT world all around the world. SRO so instrumental in building GT racing, and North America is just one part of it. GT3 is a truly global platform competing around the world of SROs. Great manufacturers like Aston Martin and their Vantage, Audi and their illustrious R8, BMW and the M4 GT3 Evo. Also, the likes of Chevrolet with the great Corvette. Throw into the equation, prancing horse of Ferrari and the new 296 Evo, the Ford Mustang and the Coyote V8 engine that's famous and a fan favorite the world over. Lamborghini with its new Temerario, as well as the Huracan and McLaren with the 720S, plus Porsche stalwarts like Mercedes, AMG out of Germany, and their counterparts Porsche with the venerable 911. And just last weekend at the beautiful Mandalika circuit in Indonesia, GT World Challenge Asia powered by AWS got back underway. Sean Galisle had the pole position for race 1 on home soil, but an early safety car for this incident threw the strategy up in the air and opened up the opportunity for Cheng Kung Fu and Yu Kuai. Galisle had a longer pit stop than the others, running as a solo driver, and that helped Kung Fu and Kuai get to the lead, and they took race 1 honors. While in race 2, Luke Hartog from pole position went on to get the victory, teamed up with Anthony Liu to take a lights to flag win. Meanwhile, GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup got underway at Brands Hatch with a phenomenal crowd on hand to take in a pair of races that saw the pairing of Bastian Busch and Ricardo Feller sweep both pole positions. But this heavy crash from Robin Knudsen on the opening lap brought out an early red flag. After the pit stops, it was the Verstappen Racing Mercedes at the front with various penalties resulted in a Ferrari win with Neubauer and Leclerc, while Bastian Busch and Ricardo Feller got the win in race 2. Meanwhile, just last night in GT World Challenge Australia, Sergio Perez and Brendan Leach started in pole position at the bend. Their Mercedes AMG led the way to turn number 1 at the start, but behind Darren Curry goes for a spin. Later on, Brad Schumacher, a rare miscue, he too has a spin. That cost him a chance at the podium, but at the front, Perez and Leach took the victory, the first career win for Perez, and the duo became the 3rd different crew in as many races to take overall honors this year. After the race, global manufacturers' points look like this. Porsche leads Mercedes AMG, but it is close at the top of the standings. Ferrari and BMW 3rd and 4th, with Audi Sport in 5th position.
Outside.
Well, you're going to see Alex Sedgwick get ready to get behind the wheel of this Ford Mustang. They did qualify 4th here in Pro to kick off this race and 4th overall, but it has been quite a week and weekend, especially for you with the welcoming of a baby boy Jet this week. But you got a phone call that you weren't expecting on Friday.
Yeah, Friday was a great day, being home with our newborn, and Morgan and Jet are doing awesome, which is great. Riley's home, everybody's happy and healthy, but going to the airport to get here, actually got a few texts asking if I was okay because my name was on timing and scoring when we had a brake failure. So super happy that Alex is feeling okay. Really proud of the guys for working literally all night. I don't think they went back to Airbnb at all. Showered at the track. So really happy to have a car for the race today. We qualified 4th. We'd love to be a little higher, but we think we have a good car for the long run. It's going to be a long, hot 3 hours.
Seemingly everything is okay with the race car except for one thing. What's that?
We are missing the AC now, which Ford did a great job with that, and so we are missing it a little bit. Luckily, there's some clouds and some breeze that kicked in. The sun's going to be going down, but yeah, we're going to push through as best we can with no AC and try to bring the best result we can get out of it.
It's nice to see this Ford Mustang back on the grid here to start this race. I'm going to move one car over to the Triarzi entry of the Ferrari 296, who's racing here in Pro-Am and took the pole. You'll see Sebastian Mascaro going behind the wheel of that Ferrari. I'm told that we're going to see them maybe yet again this season at Road America with intent to race a full season in GT World Challenge in 2027. And Ricardo, as I catch up with you, Sebastian was telling me that was his first ever race in a GT3 format 2 weekends ago at COTA. How are you guys getting up to speed so fast?
Well, I think we both did a good job. First of all, Sebastian, because, he doesn't have much of a time on this car. He just drove a couple of tests before COTA, and then COTA was helpful to improve the confidence while driving. And he put everything together this time, so I'm very proud of him. He's doing an amazing job between Ferrari Challenge, starting with Ferrari Challenge and now GT3. So I can't be happier, So let's see what the race, how the race goes.
Love to see that for the Triarzi team, especially as a home race for these guys out of Orlando, and look forward to what is coming for this group. I'm going to move over one more slot over to the TR3 entry. I find Daniel Morad sitting on the guardrail as we get ready. Brayton looked great today.
Yes, he did. He was a star. Considering how little experience he has,
he really over-delivered. I think we finally had a few minutes to work together, because I got thrown into this program last second in COTA, and you know, I'm big on the sim, and Brayton and I connected now. We just hit it off. We're good buddies, and we've been working on the sim together. His level has just gone to, well, a whole new one. So let's see if he can deliver in the race. We've worked a lot in the racecraft. That's something that we lacked at COTA. This is a long race today. It's a race of attrition, especially here at Sebring with the bumps. So it's going to be a long one, and it's going to be a hot one.
Good luck to all our competitors, and it was success, an overall win at the Circuit of the Americas that gifts a lap around the track at Sebring International to Ryan Yardley.
Hi, I'm Ryan Yardley, driver of the number 31 Wright Motorsport GT3R. Here's a lap of Sebring International Raceway. So still on a bit of a prep lap here, heading into turn one of the best corners here in North America. Super high speed, super committed, and extremely bumpy on the exit of turn one here. Making sure you're not dropping any wheels in the dirt on exit, and then setting yourself up for the turn 3 brake zone. Through turn 3 here, short, sharp, turn 4, and into a tricky turn 5. Extremely hard to get on the throttle here, especially in the hot Sebring weather. And make sure you have a good exit heading down to turn 7, one of the best passing spots on the circuit.
Here comes Rowdy Busch. Rowdy Busch. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Tomorrow, the headlines will say Busch won at California.
Here it is.
But it'll be Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch wins in California.
Get it.
If you love you some Rowdy, let me hear you go.
So I don't know what y'all are whining about, but if you don't like that kind of racing, don't even watch.
Pure talent. That's about it. My pit crew did absolutely nothing to help me out tonight.
I'm still not a very big fan of these things. I can't stand to drive them. They suck.
Yeah, I don't really comment.
Okay. I'm glad you didn't qualify.
I saw it, but I passed it.
What if I told you that a kid from Las Vegas, Nevada, doing nothing but racing and trying to escape his big brother's shadow, would end up being one of the greatest race car drivers of all time?
Kyle Busch is going to win this race as he comes down. Kyle Busch with the pass. Oh, wow.
After the checker flew, I was like, don't ever doubt me with one lap to go.
Kyle Busch driving hard into the turn now, closes the gap on the leader. And Morris Seeley has led quite a few laps to the 36, and look at this, Kyle Busch about to be right on the rear bumper, about a 2-legend car.
What if I told you?
He's got him. I believe he's got him this time. Oh, he turned it!
No!
Oh, he turned it! No!
He would be the most hated too.
Calm down. And Kyle Busch is going to turn the wall. Championship contender Hornaday in the wall.
Kyle Busch should be parked for this race and maybe the rest of the season for that.
Holy
championship contender, Ron Hornaday.
Well, that did not work out for... Oh, Kyle Busch turns Chase Elliott.
Hard into the...
Chase Elliott gets turned hard into the inside wall.
being attended to at the scene. Joey Logano climbs out of what's left of his race car, and here's your winner. Kyle Busch breaks his winless streak. He gets the first win at Auto Club Speedway at Toyota's home track.
Mark Truex Jr. getting the signal to go. Green flag back in the air. Not a lot of help for either driver up front. Kyle Busch with the advantage going into turn one. He's going to make it stick.
Clear.
He has the lead through the short chute.
What we saw yesterday in Xfinity Series, how easy it is to overdrive these corners. One mistake by Kyle Busch with this new package, he'll lose momentum and the 22 will be there.
He's all over the back bumper as they come into turn number 3. Joey Logano chasing down the 18 of Kyle Busch. Through 3 in the short chute and into turn 4. Can he keep the momentum up?
It's going to be hard to beat Kyle Busch if he can stay in the gas like that. He barely lifted the throttle. You can hear how much throttle he was able to stay in. That was unbelievable. If he can do that, he'll be hard to beat.
White flag in the air. One more time around the brickyard.
One back here. Watch him.
A flawless turn number 1. Through the short chute and into 2. He's got a big lead. Kyle Busch looking to make the sweep. A little debris on the front. It's not going to matter. He's going to go as hard as he can.
Don't check it.
That's what I thought. You don't have to fall say shit. microphone working? Hello? Hello?
No one ever questioned the talent that Kyle Busch had. They questioned if he could do what it took to win the championship. And he has just done that. Jeff Gordon in his last race climbing out of his car. A racing career that started at the age of 5. Jeff Gordon has lived his dream. And he took us along for that ride. Dave?
Car outside, clear.
They spread out as they come by the grandstand. 1 lap to go. The question now, do they have enough fuel to go all the way around? Through 1 and 2. Kyle Busch way out front. Kyle Busch, after winning the championship in 2015, many wondered if he could finish races, if he could win the championship. He showed everyone a year ago he could do just that. Now he'll get through 4 for the final time at the Brickyard in a racetrack that makes legends. Kyle Busch has been legendary today. Kyle Busch, back-to-back, wins at the Brickyard.
Woo! Let's get some skills on the brakes, boys. Yes. Way to go, team. This is your house, KB. Your house, man. I'm proud of you. You did it.
Kyle Busch is separating himself.
Great team. Great team. Great team. World.
Even from the greats and the greatest in the sport. He swept both races a year ago. He does it again at one of the most historic racetracks in the world. First driver in NASCAR history to sweep both poles and races in the same weekend. The maturity of Kyle Busch showing through as he gets another Brickyard 400 win. Kyle Busch celebrating at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. No one can question how dominant this
10, 15 laps ago.
If Kyle Busch can close this out, he will be the first driver in the 60-some year history of NASCAR who has made more than one start and won on every track on which he has competed.
That's a phenomenal accomplishment. I don't care if you like Kyle or don't like Kyle. I tell you, that is a phenomenal accomplishment.
I think that says it all about his abilities.
I'm trying to tell you that he's pretty good behind the wheel. We heard that the other night.
Talent?
We heard that the other night after the truck race. But
Mic check, mic check.
And then there's cocky. And I just think he's that confident.
And you hear it in both he and Kevin Harvick.
You're good.
They both praised their team on on the radio, on the in-car radio. They both fired crewmen on the in-car radio during a race.
You just want them to be as you want them to put as much into it as you do.
And I never like to admit that I was wrong.
You're good.
Keselowski now fourth, and he may fall into the clutches of Jimmy Johnson, who is the first Chevrolet in the race. White flag. Coming around to lead his 307th lap of the race.
For a man. Hello? 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 Alright, here we go. Shall we qualify? Let's qualify. Let's qualify. Let's see. I mean, eventually we're going to be fast enough. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're getting faster. And getting faster is the key. Alright, I need a spotter. I need somebody to tell me when I get down to 187. We're not even up to 187. Alright. Let's shake and bake. I think that's what we're gonna do. I didn't say that's what we're gonna do. Let's not think that's what we're gonna do. There's a pretty big difference between what we're gonna do and what I think we're gonna do. Yeah? Alright. First lap's not looking so good. Let's see if we come out of this corner kind of quick and make up some time. That should have been good. That should have been perfect. Hold it, boom, come out. Could have went a little faster right there, but we're doing okay. Maybe be at 23 when we get to this light. I think we got it. Hold on, we're fighting it, we got it. Hold on, we're not out of it. Oh, we're not out of the woods yet. Oh shit. We're about 39, some change. I want another lap. Let's take another lap. Okay, it's just a toe touch. That's all you need is a toe touch. Let me try this. Hold on, slow down. So I'm saying just a toe touch. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a huge difference. Try one more time. I didn't come across there very fast. Let's see what happens. Almost at 84. Okay, it's literally just a toe touch. I wish I'd have known that earlier. Okay, now we know though. Now we know. Cause I will remember you.
I think David, you should sing out the national anthem. Last time I sang the national anthem, David sang it all. Sing it.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of green. Oh, shit! Don't spin me, don't spin me. Every day is a new day, my dude. You be good, I'll be good too. Hey Hunter, if you go ahead and hit that wall one more time, just back off a little bit more, bro, I would really appreciate it. Hey, what's up, buddy? Go ahead, man. Have a good day. My tires are at 87 and 78% respectively. Is that good? That was close. I mean, like, super close. Dang it. I get it, because I need to, like, get good at this before I get good at anything else, you know what I mean? Like, I will remember you. Will you remember me? Don't let your love pass jump in the shower? You gonna jump in the shower?
Yeah. Shower, smoke a ball.
It's 10:30. You gonna try to make this one or not? Your lights are on. No, that's the parking lights. Yeah, I'm getting this shit. I'm understanding it. I'm understanding this. I've been pushing the brake. I just need to put my toe on it and like go like that.
I noticed that too.
Right? Just put your toe on it and go like that, and you fucking keep that corner. However, if you ain't careful, we were doing 200-mile-an-hour corners. I was freaking out, bro, because you know what I'm saying? Like, when I look down at my speedometer and it says 200 miles an hour, my brain's not used to that.
I'm going to hit the wall. Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, brake!
Right.
How about I started 15th, made it up to 5th,
damn,
made it to 3rd, ran 3rd for 3/4 of the race, hit the fucking wall, start looking at the people behind me and panicking.
Yep. Threw you off.
Yeah, so I just started asking ChatGPT now.
184. Holy fuck.
What?
That's a big room.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's been a lot of people
Friday night.
racing. Yeah.
Friday night. Yeah, you forgot.
Yeah. It's been some good racing though. Like no maliciousness that I've been in so far. Yeah. Like even the dudes that have been fucking with me in the past, they're all like, "Yo, are we good tonight, Dave?" Like, yeah, we'll be all right, bro. I told her, I said, every day is a new day, man. However you comes, I'll come. There's a few things you want to. I'm running this race here in a minute. Just about. I will remember you. Will you remember me?
the chaos ever derailed the results. He remained, through every fine, every feud, every tabloid headline, one of the most consistently dominant drivers on the circuit. The controversy wasn't a distraction from his racing. For Kyle, it almost seemed to be fuel for it. His move from Joe Gibbs Racing to Richard Childress Racing ahead of the 2023 season raised eyebrows across the garage. Joe Gibbs Racing had been his home for 15 years, the team where both championships were won, where the number 18 Toyota had become as recognizable as any car in the sport. Leaving felt, to many, like the end of an era, and in some ways it was. His first win with RCR came in St. Louis in June of 2023, and it would prove to be his last. The seasons that followed were defined by a winless streak that stretched uncomfortably long for a driver of his caliber, closing in on 70 races without a victory by the time 2025 turned into 2026. There were whispers in the garage, questions about whether Rowdy had lost the edge, whether the injuries had taken more than anyone admitted, whether the fire that had driven him since those Las Vegas parking lots was finally, quietly, dimming. He rejected all of it. Richard Childress Racing picked up his option for the 2026 season. He was still competing, still pushing, still showing flashes of the driver who had terrorized the field for 2 decades. Just 6 days before his death, he had won a trucks race at Dover. A reminder, sudden and electric, that the old hunger hadn't gone anywhere. It had simply been waiting. In early 2026, fresh trouble arrived from an unexpected direction. Reports surfaced that Kyle had been arrested in Cancun, Mexico, in January for illegal handgun possession. It was the kind of headline that, attached to almost any other athlete, might have felt career-ending. For Kyle Busch, it was another chapter in a story that had never once traveled in a straight line. He had also, alongside his wife Samantha, filed a lawsuit alleging they had lost $8.5 million in what they described as an insurance scheme, a financial trap that left them fighting not just on the track, but in courtrooms. Even in his final months, Kyle Busch was incapable of a quiet existence. The chaos that had followed him since his rookie year had never really left. It had just changed shapes, but so had he. Beneath the headlines, beneath the feuds and the fines and the friction, something had softened in the years since fatherhood arrived. The man who once said he didn't need anyone to like him had begun, quietly, to care less about being feared and more about being present. The track was still everything, but it was no longer the only thing. That shift, subtle, real, and largely invisible to the cameras, would only become fully clear when the people who knew him best were asked to describe who Kyle Busch truly was. The answer had very little to do with race wins. There is a version of Kyle Busch that NASCAR fans knew intimately. The clenched jaw on a restart, the radio eruptions after a bad pit call, the victory burnouts that lasted 10 seconds longer than necessary, just because he could. That version was real, documented in thousands of hours of broadcast footage, celebrated and condemned in equal measure across 2 decades of racing. But there was another version, one that lived away from the cameras, away from the garage, away from the noise that followed him everywhere he went on a race weekend. And the people who knew that version really knew it, will tell you it was the one that mattered most. Her name was Samantha Sarcinella, a former Chicago Bears cheerleader with a quiet confidence that matched, without ever trying to mirror, the loudness of the man she fell in love with. They met in 2008 at a NASCAR event. 2 years later, on December 31st, 2010, they were married in a ceremony that was broadcast as an hour-long special on the Style Network. A wedding as public as the life they were stepping into together. From the beginning, Samantha was not simply a passenger in Kyle's world. She became deeply involved in the operation of Kyle Busch Motorsports, managing the business side of his racing empire with a precision that complemented his instincts on the track. She launched her own clothing boutique, named after her grandmother, Alvina, a woman she credits for her love of fashion. She built a YouTube channel, cultivated a social media presence, and became, in her own Samantha became one of the most visible and courageous voices on reproductive health in all of sports, sharing openly and honestly the each loss private in its pain.
Good, loud and
I've been ducking and diving and dodging all day. I did some shit, bro. Fuck.
Dude, that Ford White car is bad. And by 4-year-old Lennox.
Is it really new Ford White still?
Dude, it's fucking
Man, I don't know why, but like on my screen and on my lead broadcast, everybody else, the blue car with the 35 on it. Some people, I guess, have seen the Coors Light team.
Do you have what's it called? Control? That was in Do you have fitting paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the people who don't have storage, it's gonna be a not pro if you get off. Yeah, I don't have storage. The Coors Light, those don't have storage.
The foundation, naturally, was his racing salary. At the peak of his career with Joe Gibbs Racing, Kyle was earning in the range of $16 to $18 million per year, a figure that placed him among the highest paid drivers in NASCAR history. That salary reflected not just his performance on track, but his value as a brand. Kyle Busch brought viewers to televisions, fans to grandstands, and eyeballs to sponsor logos in a way that very few athletes in any sport could. Those sponsors paid accordingly. Monster Energy, Interstate Batteries, M&M's, perhaps the most recognizable partnership in NASCAR, one that turned the colorful candy brand and the number 18 Toyota into one of the most iconic visual combinations in motorsport. The sponsorship deals that followed Kyle throughout his career generated tens of millions in additional income, layered on top of his salary and race winnings like compound interest on an already substantial investment. But Kyle understood early that a career built solely on driving was a career with an expiration date. So he built beyond it. Kyle Busch Motorsports, his own NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series team, became one of the most successful owner-operated ventures in the sport. Founded while he was still competing at the Cup level, KBM gave Kyle a second identity in the garage. Not just driver, but owner. Not just competitor, but employer. The team developed young talent, won races, and generated revenue that existed entirely independently of whatever happened when Kyle himself climbed into a car. Samantha, as she did in nearly every area of their shared life, was a genuine partner in the business. Not a figurehead, not a background presence, but an active force in the day-to-day operation of the organization. Her involvement brought structure and professionalism to an enterprise that could easily have become a vanity project in less capable hands. Beyond the track, Kyle's business interests extended into real estate, endorsements, and personal branding that had accumulated quietly but consistently over 2 decades. His properties reflected a man who had converted speed into stability, a home in North Carolina that served as the operational base for his racing life, and assets accumulated across years of careful financial management that stood in deliberate contrast to the recklessness he displayed on a racetrack. There was also the matter of the lawsuit. In early 2026, Kyle and Samantha went public with allegations that they had lost $8.5 million in what they described as an insurance scheme, a sophisticated financial trap that had ensnared them despite all the protections that wealth is supposed to provide. It was a stark reminder that an $80 million net worth does not make a person immune to predators. It simply makes them a more attractive target. The Kyle Busch Foundation, established in 2006, added another dimension to the financial portrait entirely. Founded after Kyle visited a children's home in Michigan and was moved by what he saw, the foundation directed resources toward disadvantaged children across the country. In 2008, he partnered with Pedigree to launch the Kyle's Miles campaign, supporting animal rescue organizations and broadening the foundation's reach beyond its original focus. It was the part of his financial life that had nothing to do with accumulation, and everything to do with what accumulation, done right, is actually for. At the time of his death, Kyle Busch ranked as the wealthiest race car driver in the world. In a sport where financial success is often as volatile as the racing itself, where careers can be shortened by a single crash, a single contract, a single season that goes wrong, reaching the ranking required not just talent, but discipline, not just speed, but strategy. In abundance, the $80 million that leaves behind is not a monument to greed or excess. It is the So was the talent underneath it. These were not the moves of a driver running on memory. They were the moves of a competitor who still believed, genuinely and completely, that the next win was one clean lap away. 6 days before he won a Craftsman Truck Series race. It was not a Cup Series victory. It was not a championship. But the way he celebrated it, arms raised, burnout laid down, the theatrical commitment of a man who had won
Oh my God.
each one like the first.
None of that shenanigans.
A reminder, a declaration, a refusal to go quietly. There had been signs in hindsight that something was wrong. On May 10th, Fox
Not for you, Joe.
that over the team radio, he told his crew he was going to need medical attention.
Come on, Joe.
He still hadn't fully recovered from whatever had been.
You're going to be great.
The cough was pretty substantial last week.
Yeah, appreciate it. You too. Let's get up to the draft video around this finish. Talk to you. I do 12-1 and then 0. Nope, 4-1. I was not expecting Paul. I was low. Banner, you gonna sing the national anthem for us? Yeah, finally someone else said it. Let's go, Ben.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start, I would like to remind the drivers to follow all traffic and safety laws. And remember, the California speed limit is 70 miles per hour. I'm just kidding. These drivers are as crazy as I am. So here we go. Drivers, start your engines.
Let's go, man. Everyone, please stand up and remove your hats for this rendition of the national anthem. The estimated SOS is. Okay, can you see the dawn early light? What so proudly we held.
I know, police are coming over that shit.
Oh, the rampart we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free, home of the The lunge you're making in here is probably like fucking crazy. Man. That was beautiful, man. I love that.
Yeah, that was incredible, Matt.
Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, I did not think I was gonna get through the middle of it.
Yeah. Can someone else join me at the green flag when I say boogie?
It's swerving back and forth to be a thing with the mods or
It's just
irrelevant.
Yeah, that's pretty much the whole power. Comes with people's thing at this point. Nah, the anthem made me, know, do all that. Green.
Who's coming in the green?
Look at it. Let's go race the goal. I'm coming up for pit run. I've got called international anthem. It's just so beautiful,
Ooh, boy, you almost took yourself out there, though, brother. I never ran up here, so this is pretty good. No wrecks. I like it. Let's go. Holy fuck.
I'm not going to catch up and start from the pit until y'all start talking about the
Come on, stay with it. Come on. Come on. Come on, stay with it. Stay with it.
I'm all the way in the back.
Shit. Get way too fucking nervous up here, man. I've been running. I started third.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I've been running. I just got past, hit the wall. Fucking hit that wall. That wall sucks. That wall's just stupid. I don't even know why they did that shit. Now I'm back in the sixth. Here's probably gonna pass me.
No, I went and got a drink. I didn't have my glasses on because I'm moving my VR.
Are you bitches? Are you little fucking cunts that chat and talk during fucking race? Talk about your fucking
Great, thank you.
work? Where's the fucking car?
Fuck. I can't start third and fuck up, man. You just can't do it.
I was looking for yesterday, man.
Oh, I went to the pool. I need a microphone.
Alright, man. Okay.
Talking about me?
Yeah.
Why is that bother you?
Kinda. Like you're fucking with them. You know, like you and I should be talking. You shouldn't worry about them. Yeah, that brings bad mojo, man. I don't like that. Oh shit, he took him out. Oh, he took him out. Oh, I took him out too. Boom, put him in the wall. What y'all do at work today? How many y'all got?
We did floor 7, part of floor 6. We have floor 5, floor 3.
Are you serious?
Never just in the hallway?
Yeah. Wireless hubs.
Oh, yeah. So like we can connect in the lobby now? Oh shit, fucking watching this dude and that dude. Need help, dude. I appreciate you helping.
It wasn't that way. I'm just saying, like, I've done it before when somebody flies upon you real quick and makes
I'm probably gonna
They were stuck together and somebody wanted to keep the action.
It's the last race for me tonight, guys.
He wasn't better. He got right. He was just being mental.
So it wasn't good.
Yeah.
Yep. And the worst part is that they like my fault. I get turned into an asshole.
Yeah, you got
into me one day.
Come on.
Trying to tell you.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I think it's 3 months and then come in this shit. Now everybody talks about it. So I wasn't being competitive. I just started to be competitive. So your safety ratings. Yep. That's the only advice I can give people now that got me on home. And got knocked to a .08 clean. Biggest
Worked my way up from home to last down there back to the level.
I don't know if I worked myself up.
I think other people work themselves down. But running like consistent like 39 speed,
I think that's the best I've ever done. You just spun?
No, I got that point to race. I
think this is my third ARCA race. But that was like my first race. Somebody talked about something and it sounds stupid. I won't repeat it because it sounds hard. I started doing it and I guess I just kind of like the way I drive, I saved tires in the beginning. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point about it. You do it like that, and then you go to track to teach you A-class for cup cars. Yeah, I tried to jump into an old race. The night before last, and I started feeling bad for all the dudes I was racing with. I just got out of it. I didn't want to take more out. Yeah,
that is a transition.
Yeah,
they get out from underneath you so quick, you know, after driving won't be.
Go ahead. I'm gonna follow you. You got better.
I think I overtook the tires eventually.
Outside is clear. Car outside.
That's the one night.
Well, you're a little bitch.
I lied. I'm starting to pull the power from now.
I should not be getting involved. Hey,
Is that you doing up on the interstate car?
Are you the
leader?
Yes,
I am.
Hey, don't worry, Mark Meyer. Hey, I'm coming back for you, bruh. You understand what I'm telling you? You will not finish another race that I see you in. Not ever, ever, never.